The Radisson is an international hotel where different government fill-in-the-blank employees are staying at. So they called me to tell me about this 5 to 8 armed gunmen. It was a terrorist plan attack. They were targeting Westerners.
At one point, there were almost 200 hostages, including Americans.
They were knocking on the door, and people that were opening it, they shot them through. Seeing people slaughtered, dressed like you, hit differently to me. I did not get a chance to prepare my mind, body, and spirit for what I saw. It was the longest day of my life. I think I freed probably 5 or 6 Americans from different rooms, just going all over the hotel. Some dudes couldn't even walk, they were in such shock, I'm carrying them. I wish I could have got in there sooner. I wish I could have saved one more person.
How much of that can you share of kind of what you guys were doing?
I have 4 dogs, and they've eaten all types of different food, and we recently found Team Dog, I believe this spring, so we've been on it for a year. Seeger was on it first, and Tiller was on it, and then we put the Goldens on it, and I mean, all the dogs eat less food, the dogs' coats are way better. Everything about Team Dog is, I'm very impressed. My dog trainer, Justin Allen, he uses it on all 60 dogs that are there for training. He's tried every single food in the game too, and they just stay super healthy on this Team Dog.
Ladies and gentlemen, as always, it's both an honor and a pleasure to welcome my next guest to the podcast, who's in the Army for more than 20 years, serving in every kinetic conflict since 9/11. He was a former Green Beret and Delta Force operator, specializing in hostage rescue, most notably the Radisson Blu Hotel in Mali, where terrorists killed 20 people in a mass shooting and took 170 hostages. He led the team for the hostage rescue and evacuation, earning the Distinguished Service Cross. He's currently the CEO and chief instructor at Blue Bearing Solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Kyle Morgan.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming, man. I've been excited about this ever since I kind of learned about you, and I just really appreciate you taking the time to bring the whole fam here and sit down with me. So thank you for doing it.
No, it's my pleasure, man. I've heard of you and this podcast for the past 4 years, since I've retired and been in this space with Blue Bearing, but just in the public eye, I guess. And there hasn't been a single person over the years that's ever said a negative thing about you. Well, and that's why I'm sitting here, because I think men like us need to connect more, and share what brings us together.
I appreciate that. What's the last full book that you've read?
I wish I could say it was the whole Bible, but it's not. The Gospels is where I started, so Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and working my way through the rest of the New Testament and going back into the Old. But the last full book I've read is Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis.
Yeah. To me, it's fascinating, especially given the context with which that book was written, and how timeless it is, and how applicable it is today. Maybe even more so today in a strange way.
It's 80, almost 75 years later. Yeah, it still remains, and that's C.S. Lewis wrote it. And I'm so glad you've read it, or you've heard of it, or know it, because it's one of those things. Instead of us talking about what divides us, he spent the time. It was originally a radio broadcast for BBC, and during World War II, and a very hard time for humanity, right? Yeah. And he wanted to inspire others about what brings us together versus what's dividing us. And it's not going to negate, it's not necessarily it's not going to erase what divides us. It's just acknowledging there's something in each and every one of us. And that's why he starts with the law of human nature. And it's unlike any other law of physics or law of that we can measure, can see, can observe. The law of human nature is this law that we can't observe. I could see you doing things. I could see you being a good person, right? Or I could say oh, that's a good person, but I don't know. Because that's you. That's your heart posture. That's your intention. And it's one of those things like we can't observe it, but we can also openly defy it, and that's what causes moral injury. And it's such a profound book. That was a radio broadcast that's been, written into a word book, and we actually did a 12-week study on it in our fellowship that I do once a week. So every Thursday night, and it used to be every Friday night, but every Thursday night at 8:30 Eastern, I run a fellowship video call.
Oh, wow.
And I lead it, and I've been doing it for 2.5 years. And there's been, phases of like not preparing, just kind of showing up and, coming up with something, to like right now, I'm breaking down a 7-week study on the whole armor of God. So Ephesians 6, 10 through 14, and breaking each one down. So this Thursday will be the breastplate of righteousness, and it's a discussion with everybody. It's about sharpening each other and growing our relationship closer to our Heavenly Father. For me, and we're not alone. Iron sharpens iron as one man sharpens another. A lot of us can connect with that statement just from our military experience, but it means so much more. The sparks, the forging, the heating, the molding, the shaping, all those things, and that's where we're all at in our lives if we're being honest with ourselves. And it's just who and what do we worship?
Yeah.
In that process.
Yeah, I love your perspective on that, and I'm curious: has your faith been an instrumental part of your life and career, or was there a tipping point or like a catalyst that brought you to it?
Yeah. I wish I could say, yeah, man, I've been a devout Christian and a follower of Christ since my first words, but that's just not the case. Now, with the beauty of being made new, I can look at my whole life, and I can see His hand all over my life. And to me, it's like, it's never a matter of Him turning away. It's us turning towards Him, or we turn away. And we don't know what we don't know. So much of this that's lighting a fire inside of my soul, my being, to do what I'm doing now is the Great Commission, to go and make disciples across all nations. And I do it with the unique gifts God's given me: teaching, shooting, moving, communicating, medicating, being a warrior. Being vulnerable and capable is a warrior to me, because just to be vulnerable as a man it's powerful, but man, it can also be, you could hurt me with it. Yeah. And turning that into an asset, the skills of my hands, the integrity of my heart, man, just like God chose David. And if you know his story, it's redemption is there if our heart is and our gaze is fixed on Him.
Yeah.
And I wish I don't wish anything. That's me playing God. If I tried to go back and say, well, if I did it differently, man, I'm remorseful for a lot of things, but I wouldn't change anything, man. But it has been like my sobriety started it all 4.5 years ago, but even then I had to clean myself up, right? And in that process of sobriety, I was so enamored with the man that was Jesus Christ. And I was like, man, he is such a good dude. Like he lived such a good life, a good moral life. And having not had, at home someone that I can emulate from a young age, as my father, or, those influences, periodically they were there, through different places in my life. But it was one of those things like, well, I didn't have that. That's just what we do. I don't, I was raised that way. So that's how I'm wired. Those are all excuses, man. And it's not a, yep. Okay. But what am I going to do with that? It's like one of those things like, yeah, that happened. That is how I showed up, but this is how it was, instead of playing a victim, like I've chose to become a leader, a servant leader. And it takes a lot of work, man, but it's the thing that lights a fire inside of me to be that positive male role model for others.
Yeah.
publicly, like on this platform.
Yeah.
You know, so in person, the same man that's in front of students this week was at the gala on Saturday night, here right now on Instagram. I am the same. Like there's no dualities in my life anymore, and that's wonderful. So it took a year of sobriety to truly surrender my life to Christ, and because I thought I needed to make myself cleaner, you know. And the thing is like you can't clean yourself up enough. So, but as a man though, I was so curious about the life he lived, and I was like, man, that's how I want to be. That's how I want to show up. I want to lead with grace, but truth, not my truth, the truth. So I started getting into the Word of God more, and you know, through His words, you know, and but still not ready to surrender. So Ibogaine gave me, I call Ibogaine the Great Interrupter. It created this space inside of me and allowed me to come off of all the prescription meds, brain meds and all that. And I surrendered my life to Christ after that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, that's incredibly powerful. I'm curious, in that moment, I mean, was that the tipping point that really kind of opened the door? Was the Ibogaine experience, like the Great Reset, or you call it the Interrupter?
Yeah.
But I'm curious. I mean, I've had a number of guests on that have talked about it. Obviously, it's become pretty prevalent, especially in the veteran space, of how many amazing people's lives have been changed by going through that journey. And I have not done it, admittedly, but there seems to be a similarity with everybody's path, but an individualness to it that makes everybody's story pretty unique. Do you mind kind of synopsizing what that path was like for you going through it?
I'd love to, man. It's so I think, as a disclaimer, like I don't advocate for psychedelics at large. I'm an addict, and it's something that, if we're being honest with ourselves, for me it's substances. For me it's porn. For me it's women that aren't my wife. For me it's work. I think if we're honest with ourselves, you could fill in the blank with any of those things, and it's I had to go into it with an intention of why am I doing this? And I think it's one of the things, Ibogaine specifically, is one of the things that people say it meets you where you are and all that, and you're like, I don't know what that means. But I understand it more now, in the sense of like what you go into that with. And I think the question is are you doing this to escape? Are you doing this to truly look inward and to heal, and to potentially heal? Because you don't know what you don't know either. It's scary because of control. And one of the things for men like us and women, we've controlled things, or I've tried to control things since my first visual memory that was extremely traumatic, and I couldn't, and I got hurt. So I learned how to please, you know, to not get hurt, and that turned into control, that turned into manipulation, and to perform, not like act necessarily, but to perform, you know, whether it was sports or in the military. I was physically gifted, and at a young age, it just came more natural to me, and it made things a lot easier. And I had the ability to process things and apply them, and aptitude and grow and all those things. And that's why I was successful through my military career. But going into that experience, man, if you think you're gonna like magic pill it, you're in for a rude awakening, because it doesn't matter all the different modalities of treatment I've received, whether it be, you know, talk therapy in the beginning, to all the different modalities of talk therapy, to, I mean, psychodrama, like acting out, like all kinds of different modalities of cognitive rehabilitation, to brain magnetic resonation therapy to Stanley Gate blocks, marital counseling, and intensive inpatient treatment for substance abuse and post-traumatic stress, TBI, with the MERT and cognitive rehabilitation for the TBI. Out of all those things, Ibogaine has been the most impactful, but because of all those things. So because I was trying, and candidly, at sometimes I was trying for myself a little bit, and a lot of it was for everybody else, because I gotta save my marriage, I gotta save my career, I gotta save this. I need them to accept me. But because of the Ibogaine journey, that when I went into it, I did it for myself. And it took being sober to be able to do it, because it's one of those things. If you come back on the other side and you go back to the same people, places, and things, you're going to go back to the same people, places. You're going to go back to doing the same things.
Yeah.
Thinking the same way.
Yeah. With that, so the going through that process is what finally broke your addiction to the different things you were addicted to. So going into it, you were still taking substances or whatever you were addicted to?
No, I was sober for maybe just under a year when I did the first Ibogaine treatment, and but I was still on prescription, SSRIs, SNRIs, or whatever, all the different psychotropics and stuff, and taking Lunesta for sleep every night. I was still on all of the prescription stuff. So, for me, I was blessed to there's wonderful organizations like Special Operations Care Fund, so SOCF, and VETS, Veterans Explorer Treatment Solutions, so Marcus and Amber Capone's organization, and others. I was a part of the first cohort to go through, SOCF led it, but it was the trifecta treatment study. So I went out there in 22. So this is after I filmed with Sean Ryan. So some of your audience may recognize me from Sean Ryan's show, sure. Which was the blessing. And I'm happy to discuss some of that. But like my point with saying that is, I filmed with him, did another training trip, and then went to San Diego for 8 weeks.
Wow. And
did the brain magnetic resonation therapy every day, during the week. And it was beautiful, like Del Mar, beautiful,
Yeah.
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 Gorgeous, man.
Yeah.
And just such a great place to heal at too. And, had been sober at that point for, 10 months, and I'd started to conquer a little bit of the physical cravings were gone. The mental obsession was starting to become conquered with addiction. But I started developing social anxiety again. And I can only attribute it to, and this is not me saying MERT doesn't work. It works for a lot of people. But for me, it started causing a bit of social anxiety and migraines again, which were under control because I wasn't around blast anymore. And I used to have to take an auto injection every month to try to prevent migraines because they were so frequent.
Wow.
But I started going inward, man, and not in a good way, like isolation in a beautiful place, a beach house that someone sponsors and we stay at right on the beach. And so I say all that because I didn't come off of those prescription meds in enough time, I think, to let Ibogaine be as effective as it could be the first time. So I've done Ibogaine twice. And I know that because the first time I felt, before when I didn't come off of them in the 10 days or whatever, I went through Ambio Life Sciences, so Trevor Miller, the same one that a lot of guys have been through. And I went down there and I was like, hey man, I tried, I couldn't, because of all the other things I was talking about. Like I started getting withdrawals from like brain zaps, and it was too much. So I stayed on them for, I think, a little bit too long leading up to the Ibogaine treatment. And then I think it blocked a bit of the efficacy of Ibogaine, of how it attaches to the serotonin receptors and all that. So, coming back from that, it did allow me to stay off of them because it just does such a good job of like severing. Because Trevor's been using it for a long time for opioid use disorder.
Well,
so
yeah,
people in active like heroin withdrawals.
So it can do that where like somebody can show up completely addicted to some sort of opioid, go through that process, and it negates the withdrawal symptoms?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's done a few documentaries on it, Dosed, or if you've ever seen those. They kind of follow an active heroin addict, and when he was using it when he was using it to help opioid use disorder up in Canada, it was legal to do until they made it illegal. Then he moved to Mexico to continue to use the medicine for others, and that's when he met Marcus and Amber Capone, and that's how that whole kind of story started and developed. But yeah, from everything I understand, like, and my experience with it, like, because I had 10 months to almost a year of sobriety coming back from it, like, I didn't feel like I needed anything. Now, I've let certain things back in my life, like caffeine and nicotine, but that goes back to my original point of, like, if you don't make the changes that space it can create physically, mentally and spiritually, if you don't fill that space with something good for you, then you're just going to go back to it.
Yeah.
So it's not a magic pill, I guess is what I'm saying. But I mean, from what Trevor's told me, like, they can administer it safely with someone that's actively in a withdrawal from heroin, which is, I think, unprecedented.
Yeah, to my knowledge, there's nothing else you can do that with.
Yeah.
I mean, shy of doing, what is it? I can't think of the name, but it's a medication that's basically the same thing.
Is it methadone? Or,
yeah.
Which is another. I think it has its own addictive properties too. Which is the thing about Ibogaine. No one gets addicted to it. No one's going to use it recreationally. That's the thing, man. Is like, it's very unpleasant, but the benefit of what it can provide, if you embrace it. And some things you don't even have to embrace, because I think that Stanford study, I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's breaking some molds, man, because, have you heard of NICO? Yeah. So I went through NICO in 2020. I was up there at Walter Reed and stayed there for, did the whole intensive outpatient, and it's wonderful. It was wonderful. It really did help me embrace a lot of, for one, head to toe, like, what is actually going on here. But then to start to be, a little bit more open to art, music. I was already, invested in talk therapy at that point, but I used talk therapy as a Band-Aid. Like, oh man, this is going on. Fix me, doc, and he would never fix you, but a good therapist will never tell you what to do, but they will help you kind of come to those conclusions or to look at something from a perspective. But just all the different, things that they offer up there is wonderful. But one of them being cognitive rehabilitation, and, from a neuroscience perspective, the way that I understand it is, like, once those damaged areas of the brain happen, like, you have to grow a new neural pathway. So, and that's what, cognitive rehabilitation helps with, a bypass essentially around that damaged area. And that's what they were teaching and the treatment model they were using. So I think the stuff with Ibogaine, because with the Stanford study, if you're unfamiliar with it, they took a group of veterans, I think more specifically soft veterans, did a bunch of testing with them, and they talk about this on the In Ways and More, the Netflix documentary.
I've seen it. Yeah.
Have you seen it? It was good, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So they talk about it, and you get to see the impact of those service members and how kind of hope was fading, and then they went down and did one just Ibogaine treatment, and then came back and did all the same testing. So not just not just all the interview or questions. It's like the brain imaging and all that, and the brain's healing itself, which is with that, which is breaking a mold.
Yeah. You mentioned how unpleasant it is. Can you walk us through kind of what you saw and experienced when you were fully in it?
Yeah.
BUBS Naturals has been supporting this show for a long time, and I've been a fan of their collagen for years. I use it every single day. But I have to tell you, genuinely fired up about what they just launched, and that's their creatine monohydrate. Now look, creatine isn't new. Most of you know what it does. It's more energy, faster recovery, lean muscle, better focus under stress and fatigue. It's one of the most researched supplements on the planet. It's recognized by the International Society of Sports Nutrition. The problem is most creatine on the market is garbage. A recent study found that roughly 50% of creatine products exceeded impurity limits, and most of it is manufactured in China with zero accountability. BUBS sources exclusively from Creapure. It's made in Germany under strict quality controls. It is the purest creatine monohydrate available. There's no fillers, there's no hype. It's 100% NSF for Sport certified. You know exactly what you're putting in your body. Here's what makes BUBS different from any other supplement company out there. The brand is a tribute to former Navy SEAL and good friend of mine, Glenn Bub Doherty, who laid down his life saving Americans in Benghazi. Glenn stood for self-improvement and always helping others. That's the DNA of this entire brand. BUBS donates 10% of all profits to charity in his honor. That's a company worth supporting. Live better longer with BUBS Naturals. For a limited time, get 20% off your entire order with code MICDROP at bubsnaturals.com. That's BUBSnaturals.com, code MICDROP for 20% off. Summer for me means more travel, less structure, and a schedule that changes week to week. That's the point, but it's also where routines go to die. You stop training consistently, you stop eating right, and all the good habits you built up over the winter start slipping. The one thing that I've kept locked in no matter what is AG1. 30 seconds every morning, 1 scoop, 8 ounces of water, and I know my nutritional baseline is covered for the day. Whether I'm on the road, at home, or running on 4 hours of sleep after a late night, that one habit stays consistent. AG1 sent me this, and I'll tell you straight, I use this every single day, and you should too. It's a daily health drink that combines a multivitamin, pre- and probiotics, superfoods, and antioxidants all in one. The next-gen formula has 75-plus ingredients backed by 4 clinical trials. It's clinically shown to help support gut health, fill common nutrient gaps, and improve key nutrient levels within 3 months. It's not a shortcut. It's just the smartest way to keep your foundation solid when everything else gets unpredictable. One thing, 30 seconds every morning. Visit drinkag1.com/micdrop to get a free morning person hat and a free AG1 flavor sampler in your welcome kit with your first AG1 subscription. It's an $82 value. That's drinkag1.com/micdrop.
So and I know a lot of the audience probably is aware of this, but it comes from Gabon, a region of Africa. It's a root, the Iboga root, and they shave it down, and they've used it for a long time ceremonially to heal and to settle disputes and so on. So they've taken that whatever alkaloid, the Ibogaine alkaloid, and then it's now into a pill form. So you take the first, dose, and I have 2 experiences with this. The first one, I was like, let's go. You're sitting in front of this mirror, and it's like this. There's a little candle, and whatever you want to put up there to take with you into that experience. But I had all these intentions. You work with a coach and stuff, and you write down like, hey, what are 3 to 5, no more than 5 intentions. And I came up with all these things, and when it came to the fire ceremony, which is before you take that first pill, you can say it aloud, your intentions, or just burn them in the fire, and then you take the first pill. And I couldn't write them all down again. I just said I just want all the darkness to go away. And all I saw that first time was darkness.
Is there any way to describe? I mean, was it literal just pitch blackness?
Yeah,
or?
like space. It felt like space with like periodic, like translucent kind of lights and stuff. But I couldn't make sense of anything, and I got really sick. And I was just occasionally, that space journey was being interrupted with actually, like what they say, purging, but vomiting. And, you know, the thing about it is like you know where you're at the whole time. Like, you're in this room, you're on heart rate monitors, there's a medical staff, there's other guys going through it with you in their own journey. And, you know, you'll hear them occasionally making some noises and you're like, what's going on? It's just, you feel very sick. And I forget what it's called when you have trouble walking because your eye movement.
Vertigo kind of?
Yeah, you have definitely, I think, a vertigo, but your eyes are moving so fast that, you know, you'll try to use the restroom, but you have to like hold your hands on the provider's back and walk to the restroom. But it lasts, that feeling kind of goes through, I guess, you know, a few phases, but over 24 to 36 hours. And the most intense is just overnight. It's probably the first 8 to 12 hours.
Does it feel that long when you're going through it? Like,
Yeah.
do you have a sense of time?
Not until you can see a little bit of light through the window. It's all blacked out. When you start to, and I think they do that intentionally, but I think you kind of lose a little bit of time, sense of time. Now, let me speak to the second experience, because I think the first one wasn't as effective because of the prescription meds that I was on still, and didn't come off of them enough in enough time. But 6 months later, you know, in between, I surrendered my life to Christ. So 5-MeO DMT is used in conjunction with Ibogaine, and I feel the first time where Ibogaine wasn't as able to be as effective, 5-MeO DMT, which is the secretion from the Sonoran desert toad. I experienced something that was very special to me with Trevor, and you know, this beautiful light behind him. And actually, the first dose I took, I started moving towards this, like, it's instant. It's like he counts down from 10, puts your head on a pillow, and it's like, let go, and you're just like, whoa, take off. And it's this, you know, this beautiful white, I don't know how to say light, but space you're in. And there's all, for me, there was all these like black abstract kind of shapes. And I'm like, now, I don't know, thousands of miles an hour moving towards it. And they're all flying. It was chaos. It was like chaos. And I started panicking, and I don't know what happened, but it just all stopped. And I looked over at Trevor, and I was just like, nothing's ever going to help me, because I had just experienced Ibogaine, nothing. And then this, just whatever was happening, just stopped. And I just looked at him, and I cried, and I was like, nothing's ever going to help me. And he looked at me, and he gave me a hug and was like, Kyle, I'd like you to do that again. And, you know, I trusted him, because it does take trust, because it's scary. And it's scary because of control, or lack of control. And I did it again, and this time, same thing, but when he said let go and my head hit the pillow, it was just like, it was screaming. He wasn't screaming at me. I don't think so. I don't know.
Trevor,
I don't know if he was. Where are you at? But it was like very different than the first one. And it was just like, let go, like just screaming in my ear. And I take off again. And then the same shapes are coming, and I'm starting to freak out again. But then they took form, and it kind of made sense, the shape of it. And I'm not like a Viking lore kind of person, but it looked like this, like the Vegvasir.
Oh, wow. And
to me, I got it tattooed on me as a reminder, but it's also a compass. So it's a bearing, and that's important to me. If you don't know where you're going, anywhere will take you there. And that's how I lived the majority of it. And, you know, trying to stay on this path, we need a bearing. And so I got it, you know, put on my hand, but you know, when it it wears off pretty quick. When it wore off, I looked over at Trevor again, and I was bawling, crying like a baby, and I hadn't cried like that, and I don't know, and it was just such a good release, and I looked behind him, and that light kind of that I was just experiencing was kind of radiating behind him, and I feel that's the Holy Spirit presence, and I just it made me appreciate so much about life and connectedness, and it was exactly what I needed at that time, and it was beautiful. And like I said, I came back and I looked at Erica, my wife, and was like, hey, I don't want to keep doing this the way that we've been doing it, because I turned Blue Bearing replaced what I used to do with it. Uvalde happened in 2022, and I just went go, 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 go. I was giving it away, traveling circus show. And Erica was like, I didn't sign up for this. And if you guys have heard my story, like, this was our third attempt at that same marriage. But I've been married for 21 years to the strongest person I've ever known. And that's my wife, Erica Morgan. But she was getting tired of it when I just got out, and was just nonstop. And I came back and I looked at her and I was like, hey babe, I'm sorry. I was losing sight of what's most important, and I want to do life with you. And if Blue Bearing's a part of that, then Blue Bearing's a part of it, but I want to do it together. And ever since then, we're still here.
Yeah.
Blue Bearing still exists, and because of her.
Yeah.
Because of her, man. She we talk about my faith and all that. She had some scars from childhood, just like I did, more specifically with organized religion. But man, in all my darkness, all the pain that I was projecting onto her, she leaned into her faith, her relationship with God, not some organized, not a structure, not a building. And she started becoming more vocal with it. And I was so insecure back then. And I don't need your God. She would leave little scriptures, and I don't need that. Rip them up in front of her. Wow. Just so insecure, so immature. But man, did I need God. But I bring that up because she led me to, she bared the mantle of the spiritual leader of our home for a while.
Wow. And
that's for me to do. And I am doing it because of her. Well, because of God's grace, but because she led me to God's grace. And so I looked at her after this, and she was like, all right, let's do it. We're going to do this together. And, we've learned a lot of lessons over the years, but, coming back from that first trip, or that Ibogaine journey, everything just slowed down. I don't know how else to explain it other than everything kind of slows down. You really get to see, like, what do I want in my life? How do I want to show up? And then you gotta build structure, practice, discipline, with these things. And I'm still working on it, but it's like, and there's a space a couple months after where you can make those changes more permanent. But if you don't, then and I know that because they call it neuro-Ibogaine, but it's still in your system. And I think it was curbing a lot of those withdrawals that I was experiencing, or that you can experience from max dosing different SSRIs and coming off of them. But about 2-3 months later, I started getting social anxiety, brain zaps, like fog, all these things. And I tried a few different things, and without getting back onto prescriptions, and none of it worked. And Trevor, I talked to him about it, and he was like, you should come back and try Ibogaine again. So I went back, and it was same experience as far as it's a world-class facility. It's a wonderful how they prepare you for it. But then I this time it was different. I took Jesus Christ into it with me.
Did you bring something with you to remind you of that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask what?
Oh, my cross.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't wear it, but I have it, and it's just a reminder and a verse that your word is a lamp for my feet and a light on my path. Psalms 119, 105, like an anchoring verse, and some photos of my my wife and children, and man, this was trippy. Like I say, trippy. This is where it gets trippy, because it's not a trip, it's not an escape, but it's a control thing. And you know, this mirror that you're sitting in front of, like the candles flickering, the lights are dim. He's cranking some traditional Bwiti tribe music, which is wild. And this time I was less afraid of the music. The first time I forgot about that, but it was intense, and I was like, man, this is freaky.
Is it like anything that you could compare it
No.
to that people would know?
No. But you can look it up. Bwiti music, like
How do you spell that?
BWITI.
Okay.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's just a lot of different instruments, and it's really hard to pen like where the melody is and where the like. I'm not that musically gifted, but like I do love music, but it just seems kind of chaotic.
Okay.
I guess is the best way to put it. And it's I started listening to it in this experience, the second one. And I started listening to like specific instruments, and I could like hard focus on them in the distance. And I was like, man, that's wild. And then I'd switch to another one, and then another one. And then, you know, I'm looking in the mirror at myself, and I thought I saw something move down here, you know, where you put where the candle is and where the photos and my cross is and stuff. And I looked down. And I'm like, no, oh, it's the candle, like the shadow from the light, the flame. And then I'm looking down. Now I'm like, you know, thinking about the photos and the verse. And then I see my mirror self doing this. Not like with his hand, but just mouthing something. And I was like, what? You know, so I looked back up, and now I'm just looking into my eyes. And it just felt like very judgmental. You know how you're doing something and you're like, oh, someone's judging me, you know, like it felt very judgmental. And so I tried to make it happen again. So I looked down again, and then nothing. So that didn't happen again. But some of it is intuition, and it's you know, I felt like that was a piece of me that was still judging, you know, and that needed to be removed. And that's a daily practice, ego. But you know, this time there's an auditory, I don't know if hallucination is the right word, but either way, there's this metallic kind of like fly wing thing. It's like
a buzzing?
Yeah, like a buzzing. Yep, there's the word. It's like a metallic buzzing.
Yeah.
And it started like at a distance, and then it gets closer, and then closer, and then closer, until eventually it's like inside of your ear, and you're like, whoa, dude, it's in my head, and it's buzzing loud. And then it goes down your spine, and you kind of feel it buzzing through your spine, and that's when it like really sets in. And you lay down, man, and on the surface it looks everybody's just sleeping, you know, everybody's just resting. You know, sometimes people obviously will get interrupted with what they say is purging, and I don't really obsess about, well, what color was it, how much was it, like there's toxins in your body it's helping, you know, release. But I will say, you know, there's the process of that dry heaving. It is, I don't know, there was something that was more therapeutic than any other, because I've dry heaved a lot, being hungover, and I used to get like, bust all the blood vessels here.
Oh, wow.
And now you got like raccoon eyes, and like, oh, I didn't drink. What are you talking about? Like, but this time, the whole next day, like my skin was so clear. My eyes, like the whites in my eyes were just so clear. So, and it was a lot of dry heaving. So I was expecting it to be like, oh man, my face is gonna be shot.
Yeah.
And, but I think it's just releasing the toxins. There's something therapeutic even about that. But this time I did see a lot of different aspects of my life that I just couldn't remember. like my childhood as an example. Like I don't have any photos of my childhood. My mother left my father when I was, I was probably 22 years old. I was in the Army and married and 2 kids, and she left him for a younger man. And my wife showed me a mugshot of my mother, like 2 black eyes, and I was like pretty distraught when I saw that. I was going through the Q course for Special Forces, and I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna go kill somebody now. And obviously Erica was like, no, you're not, no, you're not. And I started trying to figure out like what was happening. And that's when I found out everything, that she left him and for a younger guy and was hooked on meth or whatever drugs, and got thrown in jail for possession and fighting and all this other stuff. And my world kind of turned upside down there because my mother was my everything growing up. And I was angry, but when she moved out, they put all of our stuff in storage, and they couldn't pay for it, so it got auctioned off. So all my stuff from childhood is gone. And instead of turning, I think, towards it, I went away from it. And I just
buried it.
Buried it, yeah. And that was a long time of burying it. And I haven't expressed how I feel about my mother publicly ever. Like, truly, I've expressed that it was chaotic, but I love her, and I forgive you.
Yeah, that's powerful, brother. I appreciate you walking through that. I know that's not easy. From that process through the treatment, you kind of resaw that and re-experienced that.
Yeah. But positive. Like, there were so many positive things from childhood. Thank you, Mike, for getting me out of that little hole there.
Yeah,
No, not a hole. That's the beauty about feeling. Whew, what a blessing.
Yeah. Because
my feelings don't drive my life. It's just a gauge. It's a thermometer, a temperature gauge, and it's but it's such a blessing to be able to feel, because I know what this feels like, and so many of us do, is we become conditioned through the human condition of compounding things and just stop feeling, or at least telling ourselves that, and then numbing it and escaping it and avoiding. But it was a lot of riding bikes at this park very vividly as a child, and with my dad and my mom and my sister, and I needed to see those things, because I just buried everything, and all I remember was bad. And then you couple all the military stuff, and it just becomes like, man, I'm just all I've ever experienced is trauma and bad, and death and abuse. And but I got to see all these positive moments through my childhood, through my marriage, with my children, and it was such a good reminder. But there was a specific scene that played out that was something that I was very that I had buried, that I was very shameful of, and it was, the devil was with me. And it wasn't the horns, and it was just another person that was very powerful. And I could tell by how I was interacting with him. And we looked like we were very close, And I was, I'm watching this, and now I'm trying to intercede. I'm trying to get in there and say no. And I couldn't. And it continues to unfold, but this portal kind of to hell opens up. Fiery portal. The scene turns red, everything. And he's now dragging me to hell. And I was panicking. Like, I was physically panicking. And, I've done a lot of breath work over the years through different treatments. And it's one of the things that I just, connecting the breath is huge to the body and the brain. The body and the brain, the disconnect that happens. And it's one thing we can always control is our breath. So I started doing some, type box breathing. And it opened up a space inside of me. And I prayed. But I didn't just pray for help. I said, Jesus, save me. And the whole scene changed. And Jesus came down and did a hostage rescue on me.
Wow.
And saved me. And the scene changed right after that. Jesus is still there, but his back is facing me, and he's holding a small child's hand. And I felt like they were leaving me, after that. And I'm pleading and I'm yelling, like, please don't leave me. And like, this is vulnerable, right? As a man, it's like, I need you. And I just had to move towards him. And this time I got to move towards him. Instead of the other scene, something was blocking me from getting to intercede with that past experience. This time, instead of using my words, my actions, I went towards him and I embraced, and they turned around and it was me, as that small boy. And I couldn't remember what I looked like back then. And I saw myself and I picked myself up.
Wow.
And it did a couple of things for me because, the doubt of, am I actually a good father? Just through all the experiences that I've put them through, either directly or indirectly. A lot of it was indirectly, but it's still trauma. Is it going to be is it recoverable? Is it redeemable? And I picked myself up, and my 11-year-old daughter, which you'll meet her here in a bit, but it reminded me of how I pick her up and hold her and hug her. And I said, no one's ever going to hurt you again. And Jesus looks at me and hugs me. And said, no one's ever going to hurt you. Follow me. Follow me. And that's all I've done since.
And that is an immensely powerful story. And I can't thank you enough for sharing it. I know that's not easy, and obviously there's a ton of emotion that's even spilling over into my chair. So,
well, thank you for letting me, because that's,
yeah, thank you.
Healing out loud is one of the greatest gifts that we can give to each other as men.
Yeah.
But we have to be capable.
Absolutely. In this scene where Satan's dragging you to hell, was it because of the thing that you were ashamed of doing? Or was it just kind of in isolation?
No, it's a part of, as a child, I thought I was a good kid, but, I didn't have that mentor, I wasn't developed or nurtured in a way that I think is healthy. So there was a lot of unhealthy ways of thinking and acting, and through my experiences, just in my life, and then more specifically in the military, just to take other human beings' lives intimately. I don't think there's anyone that's not a psychopath or sociopath that there's not some sort of moral injury with it, intimately. And I'll never glorify it. I do think it's needed, to protect innocence and to remove evil. And if God's given us the skills to do that and the mission, but it started to change the way I view, because I didn't go towards God in those moments, and over the years I just became, well, I don't know, science doesn't make sense why I'm still here. I guess it's just because I'm just good. Okay, and then good isn't enough, so maybe I'm just more bad than them, like evil. So I think, you know, the devil and the demons, a third of the angels, right? There's three enemies: the devil and his demons, the world, culture, society, norms, Babylon, and then our sinful nature. And when we realize this, or when I've realized this, it's like I blame myself for a lot, and I think as I should. But then the influence of the world is absolutely a part of this. But then one of the things through my spiritual growth is actually blaming the devil and demons, instead of it being like, you may hear some people like, oh, just demons attacking you, especially from the South. Like,
bless your heart.
Yeah, bless your heart, babe. I'll say a prayer for you.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm not trying to make light of it. It's just sometimes we go right to the devil, and we could all blame for the fall of man and all these things. So we could blame the devil for everything. But the thing is like Jesus walked amongst us and lived, and I think it's one of the most recorded, you know, historical people since existence. And so it's even if it's something that you haven't embraced as your Lord and Savior, it's still a wonderful moral guide. But that's where C.S. Lewis explains it as like, if he was just a good moral guide, then he'd be a lunatic and a liar, because I am the way, the truth, the light. Yeah. The only way to the Father is through me. And it's so that's my belief system, you know, the renewal of my mind. And I'm looking at it through spiritual growth, where I'm like, the devil's and the demons they take footholds, man. They take the foothold and it becomes strongholds. And the only way to break the stronghold is with an offensive weapon, which is the Word of God, the sword. And I think as I've become more spiritually mature, I look back at, like, you know, he can influence he's watching you since you're a child. He can influence people. He's the master of deception and destruction. And my life is layered in it. So I, just like with God, his hand's all over me, I also think that there's been several moments in my life. And I think part of that, through the spiritual growth and conditioning, is Ibogaine helping me see that moment, instead of it just being like this fairy tale of like, oh, well, the devil's there, you know. It became more real, just like Jesus coming in. I had just watched all the seasons and everything on Amazon and Netflix and about Jesus Christ, but The Chosen. And Jonathan Rumi has done a fantastic job with honoring Jesus and portraying him in The Chosen. If you haven't seen that yet and you're curious, man, give it a watch. But
I actually tried to watch. I'm embarrassed to admit I couldn't finish it for one really stupid reason, because the style of cinematography of the shaky camera, like it makes me motion sick to watch it.
Oh.
Like, and I know that's becoming a more popular style. Like, that will ruin anything for me to watch when it's like somebody, like a dude just standing there. A lot, like, most people don't even notice it. I don't know why I'm such a bitch.
You think it's like that the whole time, or is it just certain scenes?
I don't know. I mean, it was enough for me to be like, I feel like I'm gonna throw up watching this. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of the things that, like, I'm a very visual person, and having read, you know, the Gospels and then watched, and that's the thing about the Bible, is like every time you come to it, there's more there.
Yeah.
Because it's just, you're in a different place, like you're growing or you're not, you know, and that's why sharing it with each other and not doing it in a vacuum, but to have read it, to have watched it in other things, and then to watch it there, it was very, it just helped connect a lot of visual things. And then with Ibogaine, it was just like, oh, yep.
Yeah.
Threading the needle, hostage rescue on me.
Yeah.
I was like, all right. But it's a wonderful show, and that's a daunting task, you know, to try to portray, you know, what I think all religions can agree on, is that Jesus was a wonderful example.
Yeah.
You know. But I believe he was more than that. He's my Lord and Savior.
Yeah.
So
Agreed. I am curious, does watching the show, or did you watch the show before the Ibogaine Experience?
before the second one.
Okay.
So remember the first one, I came back and
Yeah.
I truly surrendered. I may have said the words, but truly surrendered.
Holy Spirit felt it.
Yep.
Yeah. That's a powerful moment. I know, that happened way later in my life. I grew up Lutheran, fairly staunch, regular, went through confirmation, the whole thing. And even the first couple of years I was in the military, found a church in San Diego and went regularly. It wasn't until my first deployment where that kind of all changed, and it was like flipping the table, which we can get into maybe or maybe not. But I guess what I'm curious of, and maybe this is kind of a trivial question, but the image of Jesus, was that influenced by watching the show?
Yeah.
Like that's what he looked like? Is the
Kind of looked like Jonathan Rumi.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But that's, man, storytelling. Why Jesus spoke in parables because of storytelling? Why is storytelling so important? And I mean, we didn't have TV back then. They didn't have, they barely had any, there wasn't shows to go to. He could have just straight up told us what to do.
Yeah.
But he spoke in these parables, and the disciples were like, "What?"
Yeah.
And even they doubted, And I think that example of I think the scene from The Chosen, which is all throughout the Gospels, is where Peter walks on the water, and then starts to sink because he took his eyes off of Jesus and focused on the storm. And the big thing was Jesus' hand first. He said, "Save me." Jesus, save me. And as he's sinking, and then Jesus' hand, and then the lesson. Why did you doubt me? And Peter, my rock, why did you doubt me? And it's like, man, they got to walk with him, and they still doubted him. So it gives me a bit of grace too in those moments of why do I keep making the same mistakes? And it's like, give him time, man. Transformation takes time. Renewal is how we view things. So now, how I view everything is I scrutinize it against that view, and I'm trying to be more precise about things instead of just being like, oh, whatever, it's okay. Well, I didn't do it, so I just thought it. And that's why Paul tells us, to take every thought captive and make it obedient to Christ, is because that's the hardest thing to do. You could put me into a box, and there's A Man's Search for Meaning is another example of a book that's like the human condition and how it can change if your identity isn't anchored in something bigger than you, and how it can conform to the society or the environment. And you could put me so I started in my recovery, sobriety, actions. I had to legitimately stop going to places, stop talking to people, and stop doing things, right? People, places, and things. And then work my way, well, what's these feelings I have, from actions to feelings, and then to thoughts, where now I'm going from thought, feeling, to action in that space. I've read something recently that's I forget what it was from, but the instinct to do something, the instinct and the action, the space between those two is freedom. So that space I invite the Holy Spirit into, and that space becomes greater. And what a blessing. That is what true freedom is. That's where peace is too. And I'll never rob myself of it. I don't travel alone. I don't stay in hotels by myself. The childish ways of thinking and acting have to cease when you become a man. 1 Corinthians 13:11. I paraphrase that, but my point is that it just took me 37 years to become a man, and it doesn't erase the 37 years. In fact, that's the shaping, the molding, But now how I view everything is that's not honoring God, myself, my wife, my children, my community. It's not for me. And it's not oh, look what I did. I didn't do it, I give it to God. and praise too. It's not just all like when I have a intrusive thought. It's I praise God for those moments of clarity, discernment, wisdom, and that's the precision. Like we talk about shooting and all, and being very precise, and that's what I love teaching. You know, surgical shot placement on the move, accounting for every shot you take, putting your name and soul on every shot you take in these environments with active threat response, especially at schools. And but with my thoughts, with my word, I stopped cussing. That's a big thing that's changed since that second journey. Is I put a consequence to it, 1 burpee per cuss word, and I was awesome. Like, I'm tired of doing burpees, man.
Yeah.
But it was fun, and because I used to cuss a lot, man.
Same here. I would say I've largely stopped. I have once so far in the show, but I like sometimes.
You have one cuss word in the show?
Yeah, I said bitch because I was like
Yeah. Now you got 2.
I've become one because I can't watch a show. What's that?
Now you said now you got 2.
Yeah, now I got 2 burpees, I guess. But dude,
it was a fun way to be precise, to be accountable, but also because we could do it together, right? And that's what I would joke around with our students because they were very. Because there's students that's trained with me in 22 and then also again in this year. So 4 years of knowing me. And they notice it like very clearly. And especially with anything you see me publicly, it's the same. I'm just not a persona. Right. It's not a mask. It's none of that. It's changed the way that I interact with myself and with others. But it was a fun thing to do. I could be in the middle of a conversation and bang out a burpee, and you had no idea why I'm doing it. But it's a good conversational piece too, and then it invokes a bit in other men too, where it's like I like that. I'm gonna try it. I've had a lot of guys that will text me and be like, I had to do 30 burpees today, man, but I did them all. I'm like, good. Yeah,
that'll stamp it out quick, I think.
Yeah,
or I would think.
But the biggest benefit with it is. Sure, professionally, that's the thing is when I got to the unit, we're doing, all the CQB training, and one of the first things that I remember that sticks out to me was I'm in there just like, and they're like, hey, we don't do that here. Like, you don't cuss.
Really?
No.
That's surprising. I mean, in the most pleasant way possible, but
yeah.
That's all. That's all.
But we speak with authority when we use our words. Our actions do most of the speaking.
Yeah.
But when we speak, it's with authority and said with it can't be confused with other things we say, and it's very clear with brevity. But so when I've been teaching cops and private citizens for 4 years, and it's like when I'd hear them doing it, I would stop them like, hey, we don't do that here. And I'd explain why, because it's not just like someone told me not to do it. It's the emotion that's connected to it.
Yeah. Like
there is an emotion connected to these words that seems uncontrolled. It heightens everybody else around you. Yeah. The person, they're like, I don't know, and you'll see it escalate very quickly into something maybe it shouldn't have. So, I would teach that. It would be a part of my teaching philosophy, but then I'd go home and cuss like a sailor. And so it's changed the way that I interact, but I don't get as angry now.
Yeah.
And that's a huge part of it. It's like, when those words come, they are directly connected to an emotion.
Yeah.
Even if it's said jokingly, like you may hear it and I'm like, oof.
Yeah.
Like there's an emotion connected to it.
For sure. I watch episodes from years ago, and it's embarrassing, honestly, to watch it, how much I would swear, and I think, I remember even people would comment, and of course, I would get defensive and be like, hey, have you thought about not letting your feelings get hurt? Or, like just, but I've heard it all, the less intelligent you are, the more you swear, kind of thing. But I think your point of it's the emotion that's attached to it that changes the dynamic of the conversation immensely, and especially with your kids. And I'll be the first to admit,
that is huge.
I was as guilty as anyone, of swearing incessantly around my kids, even when they were super young. And I wish I hadn't. I can't change it, but I mean, I can, be better or not do it moving forward. But But yeah, it's just there's more to it than I think, probably most people realize, for sure more than I realized, but.
Dude, it's a huge point, man. Like, I'm extremely grateful for the way that my children have became young adults now, and just young adolescents, because I have a 25-year-old son that I've raised as my own since he was 3. I have a 20-year-old, she'll be 21 this year, just graduated with her bachelor's daughter. I have a 19-year-old that's actually studying abroad in Italy right now, and my 11-year-old daughter. So it's not a single one of them would cuss in front of me, and they really still don't, even when I was cussing in front of them. And that's the biggest thing that I've realized is, and this is what it really means to be a protector. Like our active threat response course is called the Protector Mindset course. It's the one I'm about to go do with the Lovejoy ISD here this week. And it's more than just physically. We're going to work on all the physical, the hard skills, the mindset of courage, what is courage and all those things, and some tangible skills to work on. But to truly protect, it's the mind, the body, and the spirit. And what do we have to provide for our wives and our children? Most. There's 2 things: safety and security. Now, physically, they know I would step in front of anything to save them, to protect them. But even me saying that, I had a lot of shame about the times where, what about when I was extremely intoxicated? Do you think I could have done anything? Could I even been present when I left them? Not for deployment, when I actually left them. No, so the remorse for those things, but physically, they know without a doubt that I will step in front of anything and put my life on the line for any of them. Now, what they're learning now is the safety. When I walk into that house, what does the room do? Do they embrace me? Do they go to the room? I'm so intentional about how I interact, my tone, how I carry myself. I don't raise my voice anymore. And that's I'm building trust with them. And but I'm here to tell all of you, it's not too late, man. I said this on Sean's show 3.5+ years ago, and it's not too late unless you say it is.
Yeah. There's a lot of parallels between our paths that way, kind of similarly. Like, I think back to, overreacting and raising my voice, and especially when they're really young, it's incredibly damaging, to like the last thing that they should be is scared of you. They need to respect you and your authority. They can't be scared of you, and when they're super young, especially, even as teenagers and whatever, they're still going to be, but like, that's just such a fragile window of time. But what is really encouraging is how resilient that they are and can be in that way. And I couldn't agree more. Like, it's never too late. It's just like with anything, frankly, whether it's getting in shape, eating right. It's like 10 years from now, 10 years is going to go by no matter what you do. Mm-hmm. Would you rather look back and be like, well, for the last 10 years I've been doing it right, or still be wishing you had the balls to start doing it right, 10 years later? And I really appreciate you saying that, because I think that's something that a lot of people in similar professions struggle with, because there's such a duality of character traits that has to exist that is hard to compartmentalize sometimes, and I know I struggle with that, like coming straight out of the Navy and being a BUDS instructor, like,
the authority piece.
Yeah, like treating young men who wanted to, become SEALs a very specific way, mm-hmm. and then having toddler daughters who are throwing you attitude or not doing what you're, and it's like, that's a hard thing to balance, Now, no excuse, like, it's my job to balance it, and I didn't do a good job at it.
Well, that's because, and I'm not speaking for you, but for me, it's like, those things that we've worked towards, like, to become that instructor, what a blessing, what an opportunity that is to impact the next generation, to see if they have what it takes to be someone worth chasing. But then at home, when we meet that resistance, we're like, oof, why aren't you just, I said do this. Like, what do you mean? And then how you interact with that conflict is what, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard for men like us to it's not like we have to act as, we're not two different people, but we have to figure out how to close the distance between that and this.
Right.
And I think the guys that have figured that out, and to me, I think what I respect most about my military career is those guys that were anchored in something bigger than them, and more specifically their faith.
Yeah.
And how they showed up, and where I prioritized, I would give everything to my work, and I'd come home and have nothing left over. And I would just, my kids started to think I was lazy. I'd sit and just Netflix, because I had nothing mentally, physically, like just zapped. And then on a weekend, Eric would have this trip planned, and I'm like, I'm too tired, just go without me. And that just became the norm. And that's what I'm building. The time that I did have with them, I wasn't present as I could be. So, and this is just a mere glimpse of time, man. Like you said, the 10 years, it's coming regardless. But man, every day is an opportunity to embrace. And some days are easier to do that than others, but it's still a blessing to wake up and to take that breath, that deep breath in and out.
Yeah.
And then, and have an intention for the day. And maybe it's that first thing you do is go embrace your kids or your wife and tell them how much you love them, and see what they're excited about for the day, or at the end of the day, the same thing. And getting ourselves outside of ourselves has been the biggest piece that's helped me.
Yeah.
And that's translated into how I show up in the community too, with the training stuff and just the social presence side of it. So.
Yeah. The 10-year thing actually comes from jiu-jitsu. Because I started pretty late. I started at 40, and as an almost 48-year-old,
I was about to ask, how old are you, Mike?
47.
Look good, man.
Oh, thanks. I'll be 48 next month, or
28.
2 months. But what's that? You're 28.
28
Yeah.
years old.
We look 15. So.
I get that all the time.
But
no, I'll be 42 in actually 1 month.
Yeah. No, I mean, you certainly don't look at. But yeah, kind of that same thing is like I remember at that time, like I had messed around with it on and off, kind of similar to what sounds like you did in different parts of your career, doing combatives or whatever. And,
yeah.
But like, hey, is 40 too late to start? And it's like 10 years from now, you'll be 50. Would you rather be able to be like, I've been training the last 10 years, or be a 50-year-old that's never stepped foot on the mat? It's like, that makes it really easy to make the decision to matter no matter where you're at in your life to start. And I think you can apply that to everything.
You can.
Relationships, business, whatever, faith, you name it. It's never too late.
I don't know what it is, but like I just experienced that reminder. Like at Warrior's Heart, they have a jiu-jitsu gym, and man, it's that place is special. Period. So it's a residential treatment facility in Bandera, Texas. But there's one in Virginia now. But Tom Spooner, which is a mentor of mine, and Josh and Lisa Lannon started it. And Tom and his wife Lori, and they have a jiu-jitsu gym, and the Jordan Dresky and her husband Josh, they lead it. But Jordan, I work with. I'm on the board at Frontline Healing Foundation. She's the CEO, and I'll talk more about that later, because I think it's a wonderful mission that I think people should know more about. But I wouldn't inherently just say let's go do jiu-jitsu, Kennedy, with my youngest. But I also wouldn't say let's go do a lot of things with her. Not that she doesn't want to, and it's not that I don't want to. It's just there's a bit of the, I don't know if we can do this together. And I just got to ask. Yeah. I just asked her, and she was like, yeah, let's do it. And she was excited, and I was like, all right, cool. So we drove, from where we were staying 45 minutes to Warrior's Heart that night. And man, I hadn't seen I mean, she's my light, man, but she was just so fired up. And she wasn't like uncontrolled. Like, she doesn't know her own strength, and she's a very strong young lady, and she's she's a lot to handle.
Yeah.
She's already as tall as my oldest daughter.
Yeah.
But so Jordan was working with her, and she just did such a great job working with her too. But then she was like, "Dad, I want to challenge you." And I was like, "Oof, okay."
Shot at the title.
Yeah. So I was like, "All right, let's start like this." And buzzer goes, and she just starts trying to wrench my neck. Yeah. But then she goes, "Well, I don't want to hurt your neck, Dad." And I say, "Okay, it's okay." Because she's so caring, but also like so fired up, and but just to see that fire inside of her, and the potential, because it's like she has, physically, like all of my kids have been very, very good in sports, and I've played soccer with a lot of them. I didn't grow up playing soccer, but I learned how to do it because they were passionate about it. But it's different than a combat sport. So like, I used to wrestle with my older daughters and my son, but then a lot of stuff's happened in between, so I kind of stopped doing a lot of things. And it's just something that connection that you can form. I mean, I was getting emotional, and the way that they run the sessions is very anchoring too, because it's a part of it's an elective. If you're going through the treatment, three times a week, you can do it in the evening as a part of your recovery.
Oh, that's cool.
And I mean, it's amazing. But so it's one of those things that when I get back home to North Carolina, I'm just going to go knock on a few doors, man, and see if we can join a gym that because I do think it needs to be the right person.
Yeah.
Help coach her and stuff, and just doing it together with her.
For sure. I think jiu-jitsu gyms are very similar, like CrossFit gyms. Like there's a pretty wide variance in caliber and quality, and there's some phenomenal ones and there's some really bad ones, and that's really key. But
because it's my daughter.
Yeah. No,
and it's like
you don't want to second.
But you've done that. Like, it's one of those things that, as a father, I don't know. I'm excited.
It's
I haven't
amazing.
been fired up about something, and it may be trivial to some people, but this is a very I'm about to be 42 and I'm just figuring this out.
Yeah. No.
So,
and
because that 10-year thing is huge.
Yeah. It's life-changing. Yeah. I mean, like, to sit here at 47 to think back, like, if I hadn't started when I did, I'd be sitting here as, I've never trained really, instead of having 7 years under my belt, and it's like, man, I'm glad I did when I did. Of course, I wish I had started earlier, but I'm certainly grateful for, the coaches I've had and the training partners and the opportunity to be able to do it. If we could take one step back, I am curious to just kind of how did the Ibogaine and DMT treatment, how did it finish and wrap up? Or was that kind of the end of it? We're heading into summer, but the economic pressure isn't letting up for most families. Inflation is still grinding on everyday costs, groceries, gas, everything. And what ends up happening is people start leaning on credit cards just to keep up. High interest debt starts stacking up, and suddenly that financial cushion you worked hard to build starts disappearing. Here's what a lot of homeowners don't realize, though. You've probably got more equity sitting in your home than you think. And that equity can actually be the weapon you use to fight back. American Financing is helping families get out of that high-interest trap right now. They have salary-based mortgage consultants, not commission-driven salespeople pushing you into something that doesn't make sense. With mortgage rates in the 5s, their customers are saving on average $800 a month by using their home equity to wipe out high-interest debt. $800 a month back in your pocket is real money in an economy like this. There's no upfront fees, no pressure, and if you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing today, 866-891-3262. That's 866-891-3262 or americanfinancing.net/mic drop. In uncertain times, I pay attention to what the smart money is actually doing. not what they're saying publicly. And right now, central banks around the world are quietly selling U.S. treasuries and buying gold at a pace we have not seen in modern history. One major U.S. bank is now telling clients to put 20% of their portfolio in gold, replacing half of their bonds. When the biggest institutions in the world are making that kind of move, it's worth asking why. America's Gold Company is my trusted partner, and they sent me their free 2026 Gold Guide to review, and I learned something that genuinely surprised me. You can move a portion of your existing IRA or 401k into physical gold that's held under your name, in your control, with no institution standing between you and your asset. And you can do it without triggering taxes or penalties. That's the kind of move that makes sense when you're looking at what's happening in the world right now. So head to claimmygoldguide.com/micdrop to claim your free 2026 Gold Guide from America's Gold Company that helps you show exactly how you could move a portion of your IRA or 401k into physical gold without triggering taxes or penalties. Plus, there's up to $10,000 in free silver for qualified purchases. That's claimmygoldguide.com/micdrop. Individual results may vary. Consult with your financial professional before making an investment decision.
I will say that the second time, that experience that I shared, and the rest of that night after that, like I don't really remember. I just remember the morning when the light starts coming through. Trevor walks in, and I'm just like, I'm laying there just like, man, I love you. Thank you so much. And because you build the connection with because he cares, man. And the thing about what Ambio Life Sciences does, it's beautiful, man. Like it's not a Christian organization, but you gather and eat meals together, and he prays over them, and it's a very healing environment. And there's a lot of people that have gone down there, and they're like, man, I don't really believe in anything. And then at the end of that week, they're like, I don't know, man, but there's something out there.
Yeah.
And it's just curiosity, remaining curious, I think is huge. And you build a connection with them. And I really appreciate him being a good steward of his passion and sharing it with all of us. And that, not to derail it, but for it to get into the president's office, more recently, is huge as far as clinical trials and all that, and because it's still a Class 1 substance.
To me, it's crazy that after all of the success that veterans and trauma survivors, even outside of the military, the success rates that have been had with that as a treatment, that it's still illegal to do here. It's crazy.
Of no medical use and with a high addiction rate or whatever.
Yeah, it's just nuts.
That's what Class 1 is, and that's from the 70s. That whatever that act was, but a knee-jerk reaction, and they balled out all of them, because I do think there's, just like anything, how it's being used, intention, and that's where, like, even 5-MeO DMT, I think it by itself has a very high potential of abuse.
Yeah.
And this is speaking from an addict's perspective. It's like, because the second time I was like, I'm good. I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
And Ibogaine was like, I was able to see and experience everything I needed to experience, man. And I came back and was just like, I'm here, and I've been able to be, the biggest thing that's changed since then is just consistency. Like with my daily practice, with my my intention every day. Like it's maybe some days I don't have it figured out, but like I'll typically go to sleep with like a visualization exercise, and that's been huge. Not having to be on Lunesta every night.
Yeah.
I visualize my next day, and then once my mind wanders, it creates this space of deep meditation, and then I pray.
Yeah.
And my sleep is so much better than it's ever been. And there's still a lot of things that I'm working on with those intentions and disciplines and practices and structure, but being more proactive versus reactive each day you start is huge. That's the biggest difference I think that I've noticed is how you start your day, how I've start my days.
Yeah,
in a
that's
better
incredible. Obviously, you've had just an amazing military career by anybody's standards. And I know you've shared a lot of the stories on Sean's show or other interviews you've done, including your own, but I would love to cover some of that. But before we get into that, I do think it's important to give some backstory and context on your childhood and kind of what led up to deciding to join the military before we get into that. I know you had a tumultuous childhood. Can you kind of walk through the path that was your childhood that ultimately led to the catalyst to joining the military?
Yeah, I was born in Central Florida, and I have, my mother and father, but also an older sister, and I have an older brother. He's from my father, so he's my half brother. We did not grow up. My half brother and I didn't grow up together through like most of my childhood, but I reconnected with him, back in high school, and we moved around a lot though. So my dad did construction. So in Florida, he was doing, roofing, but concrete tile more specifically, and really hard work. But he would kind of move from job to job, and all my mother's family's from that area in Florida, like Orlando or north of Orlando. And my dad's family's from upstate New York. So I think the jobs maybe dried up when I was young. And so we moved to New York for a couple of years. So basically like kindergarten, first, second grade maybe. And then he got an opportunity actually on the border of Tennessee and Virginia. So a small town. It's actually Bristol, Virginia and Tennessee. A big mansion site. So it was going to take a long time to do. And that provided a little bit of stability from like third grade through eighth grade. I kind of went to a lot of the same places and friends and stuff. But then that dried up and we moved back to Florida, and basically all of high school and jobless. Like my dad was just trying to look for jobs and this, and my mom would work occasionally for medical insurance purposes maybe, but super inconsistent as far as, I think I went to 5 different high schools, and a lot of it was in the same like county. So it was like, and you may ask why, I don't know. It was the same way, like why did we have all these nice things and then they did disappear? And it's like we didn't have the money, but for some reason we're getting into these rent-a-center, rent-to-own things, and then we can't pay it, so they're repossessing it. Same with the cars, and but I had nice clothes, and I looked nice, and I think we prioritized the wrong things growing up, and I played sports since I was younger, but to the point of basketball, football, and baseball, and then a little bit of wrestling in Virginia. But I think one of the things that I know is when you can, multi-sports is huge, but then giving them someone actually overseeing like their development versus going from one to the next one, and just being the new kid on the team each time. You got to like earn your way in. And, I was physically talented, but I wasn't that big. And, it was challenging to set myself apart and then have to pick up and move somewhere else on a sports team. But I had teams, I loved that team environment. I know that now looking back because, in high school I started to, anytime I could, man, I'm like, I'm going over to so-and-so's after practice. I would never want to go home. And, but, looking back at all of it now, it's like, it wasn't all bad. A lot of it I have said has just been negative and negative and negative. But, they did the best that they could with what they had, and I'm extremely grateful for them. My father passed away last year. I actually had the blessing to be there when he passed away, and I actually took him off life support. And I don't think it was something that, because I don't talk to my mother, and then I didn't talk to my father, and I don't talk to my sister still, but God knew I needed that. And because of that, I was able to be aware of where he was, didn't know what happened, and didn't matter. And Erica looked at me and like, let's go. And I got to spend that night with him, and I walked in that room and I was just like, that's my dad. Man, I love him. And I told myself I didn't. And I was given that gift to say goodbye to him.
Wow.
And I got to pray over him. I got to forgive him, ask for forgiveness, and then I prayed for his salvation. So it's I'm not saying that what they did was right, but I do think they were trying, and I love them for that. And all it does is motivate me to, not just motivation, because motivation is so temporary. It inspires me to be not better than them, just to be the best version that God wants me to be for my wife and for my children and for anyone that God puts in my path, for that matter. And you want to talk about like lost. I mean, I would conform to everything growing up. Like this team, oh yeah, I gotta fit in. This group of people, the cool kid, I gotta fit in with them. And I would fight a lot, but it wasn't like I didn't walk around starting fights, but I would fight because I had a lot of family there that were a bit rowdy. And so I found myself in a lot of fights, and also just hungry for more. Tried to pick up boxing. Got some older guys kind of teaching me that, and then unsanctioned boxing matches in backyards, and the whole town is like, or the schools are like around, and we're boxing, and I not taping your hands or anything. I actually broke my hand.
Fight club kind of stuff.
Yeah. But had that, the fire inside of me, and I knew that for a fact because I actually kicked in a crack house door, and when I was like 16, 17, I can't remember if it was 17 years old, but and got into a fight with a couple dudes in there to get to my sister that was in this crack house.
Wow.
So she struggled with drugs through high school, and people talk about the gateway drug. It started with marijuana, and it just went straight up to other things. And I stayed away from all of it. I messed around with marijuana a little bit, but like I would drink. I would definitely drink, and but I think her addiction was very clear, and I was still kind of, no, I don't have a problem. I'm good. When you're that young, well, you don't have any problems. But I would put myself in harm's way, and that protector, that's where it's like, to risk your life for great bodily harm to protect others is by definition like a protector, and that's something that I think is inside of us some.
Yeah.
And once we have unlocked it, and maybe we haven't had the chance to unlock it yet, but I think it's important that we, who and how, could be jiu-jitsu that helps unlock that. It could be just any sort of physical kind of contact sport could help unlock that a bit. But something you care about, man, when it's in harm's way, and how you show up.
Yeah.
That's what courage is it's not the absence of fear, it's prioritization of something else over your own fear.
Yeah.
Franklin Roosevelt said that. And the most courageous thing I've ever done is get sober. So
Would you say that's the hardest thing you've ever done?
Most courageous.
Yeah.
I don't, hardest, sure, but I think that's where courage comes because it's like, I did not want to feel weak. I don't have a problem. This is the problem. This situation's the problem. No, man, that's a circumstance. Like, I had a problem, and the problem was me. Now, for me, it's like a snake to a flame. Like, I'm not going to play around with it anymore because of the childish ways of thinking and acting. Have to cease when you become a man. That's why I don't travel alone, all the things. I'm protecting myself from myself, but in inviting the Holy Spirit into the instinct and the action, right? That space I talked about. But it's why it's so courageous is because the freedom that it's given, that I've obtained from it, because of the definition of insanity. To expect that I could touch that bottle again, and something different's going to happen,
right?
For the better.
Yeah.
And the thing with time under my belt with it, my life is so much better just away from it. And now I can be around it, and I don't like the smell of it. I don't necessarily like to be in places where it's being served, but at a certain point in the night, I don't really go out unless it's for a function, like with my wife, and I don't go out by myself ever. But like if we're out, like at SHOT Show, I've gone to SHOT Show the past couple years sober, and I have a new renewed view of how good of an experience that can be because of my tainted view of I was drunk the whole time in the past. I thought everyone was drunk, but that's just not the case. That was probably just me and maybe
I'd say largely everyone's drunk there,
but childhood was unstable from just a physical location perspective, but also just everything that feeds into that, like the systems, the school systems you're in, the sport teams you're on, the house you live in, like the cars, the things would change, and I kind of viewed it as like this cool. I start over, and but then when the last couple of years I went to the same high school, and I really did appreciate what that stability kind of can provide. And one of the coaches, I got kicked off the football team because my GPA went below a 2.0, and all I did was act out that whole next year. I didn't really participate in any of my classes and skip school and stuff, and was just partying, and I would work to have money to party and just wanted to be cool and hang out. And he sat me down and was like, "Hey man, you realize you're not going to graduate, right?" I'm like, "Nah, man, what you talking about? I'm here. What are you talking about?" And he said it to me in a way that I needed to hear. And he's like, "Is that something you would like to do?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, I'm going. I'd like to graduate." And he kind of set me on a path to academically, achieve the classes that I needed to do. And but then 9/11 happened. So I was a senior in high school. I remember the class I was sitting in, and the TVs were on, and seeing the first plane hit. And that teacher had served in the Rangers in the 90s, and he would. I didn't grow up I didn't have like a military history as far as family, so I didn't really know much about it. But I started talking to him about it earlier, but even before that happened, because I saw the photos and stuff he'd have in his office. And he was the first person I went to after 9/11 and was like, "Tell me what to do, man. I'm going to go fight." And, I signed up for the delayed entry program, and it was contingent on graduating and turning 18. And I, left for basic training and spent a majority of the time in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, through my career.
And when you first joined, your initial deployment was to Iraq as an infantryman, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was.
in terms of op tempo and kind of what you guys were doing, where you were at, obviously throughout the course of your entire career, I don't want to say that it's, insignificant, but I'm curious, like, being that that's your first experience, you're a young man, what was that like, seeing the towers get hit, being, emotionally drawn to wanting to serve and fight because of that attack, and now finding yourself in Iraq and boots on the ground, like what's going through your mind, and how was that first deployment?
Well, I think it's one of those things that, like, I got to my unit in the 82nd Airborne, and it was like the end of 2002, and they were just getting back from Afghanistan, and I was like, Private Morgan here, and it was miserable, but because they were all like, we just got back from combat, and then the Iraq thing kicked off in 2003, and we weren't the first brigade to go in. It was I was in 3505, 325 went in during the invasion, so we got in, I think, May or June, one of those months that year, and almost a year over there, and man, it was eye-opening. And it's one of those things. I think you had Jeff Teagues on.
Yeah. Have you read his book?
I have not.
Yeah, you should.
But I will.
You'd like it.
And I heard him say something that I agree 1,000%. Is like, we remember our first deployments, and the rest of them. It's not that the other ones aren't important. It's just that one does stick with me a lot, and especially as I'm getting older and just more grounded. There was a lot of firsts, obviously, for not just me, everyone. We were ill-equipped, as far as just gear, infrastructure, everything. It was very, tents here, there, and then no like running water, or no running plumbing, so it was all the burn
pits.
Yeah. But we built a fire base, and it was like an old abandoned factory, and took it over. But the one thing that I was unclear of, and I'm still unclear of, is like, what were we doing? Like, I don't know.
Why are we here?
And it's
you thought that even then?
Back then I was like, I don't know if anybody knows what's going on.
Yeah. Like,
this is not, and this isn't taken away from our leadership. It's just like presence, man. We were there for a presence, and that was very clear to an 19-year-old Kyle Morgan, But so what? What are we gonna do? Quit? So that's that Inglourious Bastards, like, yeah, it sucks. What are we gonna do? Quit? I just embraced it, and I learned a lot over that year, and first experiencing death of the enemy, and then of friendlies. It was kind of like, I guess we also die too, and it's a very formative experience for me at a young age, but not in the, naive kind of perspective, I guess. Like, I guess what I mean is, I wasn't, through that process, that's why it was so formative, is because I wasn't just naive to the fact that, like, this is for the greater good, and no, man, it was these guys. And that's what was very formative. Whatever I'm being told to do, I've signed up to do this, and I'm going to do it well. And then I learned what illegal, immoral, and ethical over time, because that's something that you can nurture, but without that nurturing, it's inherently the morality, inside of us that we realize is or we run away from, you know. But I saw that desire to help others, you know, to protect the locals that were being harmed, each other, and that's what drove me. And then to experience different operations that we would do, and you know, seeing some of the special forces units, I don't know who they were. It could have been the SEALs, could have been special, could have been Green Berets, it could have been Delta Force, could have been, I don't know. But supporting them in some ways, I was just like, who are they? Like, who are they? And not just because like they looked different, they acted different, how they carried themselves, how they moved, you know. And that was my whole career. Like even in special forces, when I made it to that, like I got to interact with guys that used to work in the unit, and they were retired but doing AWG stuff. And I was like, you worked where? I didn't understand it still. I mean, I'd read, you know, Inside Delta Force and watched the show, The Unit. But you still, it's still like a fairy tale, you know. And to be able to spend another deployment with someone else too, that's like, yeah, you know, he's working for me in my assault team at different periods. He'd be assigned to me, and I'm like, hey, I think you should be telling me what to do. But if you could, just stay in the back and make sure we don't lose anybody. And just the way he moved, the way he, you know, I was just enamored by that, and in a positive way, not like, oh, I want to be him. It was just like, he's clearly gone through training and operations and experience that's carried over into how he carries himself on target. And I was like, man, I just kind of saw those opportunities and seized them, like when I could. I tried to take back as much control as I could of my career. And from going to Ranger School as a E3 and making it through, you know, our pre-Ranger assessment and all that to getting a slot, which was kind of uncommon to be that young or that junior. And then to Special Forces selection and to dive team or dive school, and then to a dive team, and then ultimately to try out for the unit. And you know, that's something that it was the first time I failed something. And when I say I failed,
did you fail?
Well, I made it all the way through unit selection, and wasn't prepared to talk about things that they wanted to discuss. I was still like in this team mindset of like, we don't talk about team business, man. And it's not that they're trying to like, hey, gotcha. It's just they're trying to measure a man, you know.
So you made it all the way through selection, and it was the psych screening at the end that you failed? Not
the psych screening. Well, that plays a part into it, just based on maturity, I think. But
I guess the oral review board kind of portion. Yeah.
So I got told to come back. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And did a relook, and I can talk more about that.
Before we get into that, so timeline-wise, first deployment year as an infantry guy, did you go right from there into the RIP Ranger program, and then like how did that transfer?
So RIP was different then. So RIP is like Ranger Indoctrination Program. So that's to go into Ranger Regiment. So I was in the 82nd Infantry, and we have a pre-Ranger course where they basically develop like a division order of merit list off of, and that's how they like, you know, allocate slots for Ranger School. So that process, you know, is how I got into Ranger School, and then I, you know, to be Ranger qualified is what ended up. So coming back to the same 82nd Airborne and all that.
Having gone through Ranger School.
I'm Ranger qualified. I'm not a Ranger.
Right. From there, you put in a package to go to the Q course.
No, so they, before I went to Ranger School, I met my wife, and she ghosted me after that. And I went to Ranger School. I had a voicemail from her, when I got back, and just checking in, like, hey, just was thinking about you, because her friends were celebrating her friend's birthday in Myrtle Beach, and I was with my friends, letting some steam off, and I was at a club with a fake ID, and I was 19, and she's a couple years older than me, but that night I told her, I was like, hey, a couple things, just want you to know, because I really like you, is I'm 19, I'll be 20 soon, and I'm in the Army. Just got back from Iraq, and she's like, okay, cool, and crickets after that. But I tried to invite her to like our ball or whatever, and she's like, oh yeah, thanks. And but I got back, and we couldn't have cell phones and all that, so I had a voicemail from her, and I called her, and then we started talking, and my life changed after that. Like I immediately was like, I love you. I was I was very much enamored with how well she was put together, not just physically, but like how she was raising her child, my son now, working full time, getting her bachelor's. And I was like, she is special. And not maybe 4 months of dating, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna marry you. And I don't know what that looks like, but
she's like, are you asking me or are you telling me?
I think I just told her, but she said yes.
She agreed.
But she uprooted her whole life.
Yeah.
And moved to Fort Bragg area.
Wow.
Quit her job. She had a corporate gig, and was able to finish her schooling because online, but uprooted everything she had built. And I started a life with her, and we got pregnant with my oldest daughter, and it changed everything. And the unit I was in, the 82nd, they were really cool about like the pregnancy until they weren't, and they were trying to tell me that I was going to be gone for this deployment to pre-this or JRTC, and then a deployment to where I wouldn't be there for my oldest daughter's birth. And I was like, I'm not missing that. And there was a recruiter for the old guard, and he was like giving the brief, and I'm an E4 now. Yeah, E4 or E5. No, I was an E5. I made E5 really quick. And I was like, hey, what do you think about me? I'm not that tall, but what do you think? And because it's are you familiar with that? Mm-mm. So it's a ceremonial. It's like there's tradition to it. It's the oldest active infantry regiment in the Army. But it's we do all the funerals.
Oh, the rifle drill stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
So like the Tomb of an Unknown Soldier is a platoon that's there.
Yeah, Gallagher did.
Yes,
yeah.
Yep, he did. So they have their own orientation and everything. So long story short is, he was like, nope, we need guys just like you. And he got me an assignment there, and I think I got up there and did their orientation. It's up in Arlington, so just outside of DC. And it was challenging. Like that part was challenging. Like, holding the rifle out in front of you like for 30 minutes. Like, it's challenging in the way of like, this is a different side of, not that we didn't do drill and ceremony, we did in 82nd, but
it was like so meticulous.
Very, very, and it has to be. There's tradition, and you don't want to be the one that messes it up. So I kind of viewed it as a challenge, and it allowed me to be there for my oldest daughter's birth. She was born at Bethesda, and I guess that's now Walter Reed, but it used to be just Bethesda Naval Hospital. But what it also allowed me to do was I met one of my oldest friends. I was actually his first team leader, and he was an 18 X-ray that got dropped for, I think, land nav or whatever, and then he got sent to the old guard, and I was his team leader, and he was like, interesting cat, man, very just rugby player, very like, didn't like authority, and I'm like, I'm your team leader, you're listening to me, and we would fight a lot, and I loved it. Like, he became my best friend, and he was like, I'm going back. And I didn't really know much about SF either, only from that first deployment. And this all happened like back to back to back. So this is 2005 when I'm up there. And our leadership, they were fully supportive of us going to selection. So if I got up there in August, I was in SFAS in January of 2006. So literally went up there and came right back, did selection, 6 months later, did selection for Special Forces. It's at Bragg or Camp McCall, and then we both got selected, and then reported to SWIC for the Q course. So I was up there for maybe 10, 11 months, but it was a cool experience, like, for sure. And it allowed me, like I told you, one thing that I've known is very clear to me through my career is, like, I've done as much as I could to control my path.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying, well,
wherever they send me,
it is what it is. Yeah. But I also took advantage of the opportunities too.
Yeah.
I took advantage of Erica's patriotism through my service, and I got to go do this, because I was the dude that in SF where, hey, we got this slot, so and so can't go. We need to send it. We need to send someone. Well, send Kyle. He'll pass. Versus dudes that they'd send and they'd fail and they'd waste the slot, and then they wouldn't get the slots anymore. So I didn't have to do a lot of those things, but I did.
Yeah.
And because I took advantage of Erica's, I'm like, yeah, the country needs me to do this surveillance course that's 10 weeks long in England. Like, for what? Now, I learned a lot in that process, but never operationally used it in Special Forces. Not to say that doesn't happen, but in the path that I was on, there was a lot of things that I did that was just like, and that's the big thing, is getting into Special Forces. I started to see that I'm kind of a rock star. Look at me, and I get to live this other life, and that started to change the way I showed up at home and what I prioritize and everything.
Yeah.
And I'm extremely grateful for my service and service to this country, but it did become about something different over time.
Yeah. Yeah.
It became about me.
Yeah. All right. So moving into Special Forces, you go through selection. Were there any hiccups, or was it fairly smooth sailing? And was going to Delta ultimately always your goal, or was that something that you kind of stumbled into?
So I got, selected the first time for NSFAS, and it's such a cool experience, dude. Like, I don't know. I've always been very just like, yep, roger that, but why? And they, at least my experience in SFAS, like the cadre, were just these cool dudes, man. I don't know. I'm attracted to being a cool dude, and not necessarily just wearing something that looks cool, but like how they carried themselves. That's kind of a common theme for me. But that's my actions and then words, and then if those match, whew, that's powerful and impactful. And those guys that I experienced in SFS, like, I was like, I told this story on Sean Ryan's show, but it's one of my fondest memories. Is like, hey, hey guys, you see I got my hands in my pockets. He's like, because I got pockets. Because he's in uniform and he's got his hands in his pockets, and we're just like, coming from the unit, the 82nd, and then the old guard. It's like, you don't we got pockets, but you don't put your hands in them. That's not what they're there for. Maybe that's changed. I don't know, but
I doubt it.
Yeah. But he said that, and I was just like, he's so right. I got pockets, and so I started putting my hands in my pockets. I got yelled at a lot, but it's it's a really cool experience. So any young men that are curious about going to Special Forces Assessment Selection that are currently active, or that are coming from the civilian sector, let them tell you no. But if it's in your heart and you're curious about it, man, there's a ton of people out there that'll speak to it, and it was a really great experience. And I think Ranger School and some of the stuff I did through the infantry time that I spent, like, definitely helped prepare me for the qualification course, which is pretty long, depending on what MOS you have or that you get. I was an 18 Echo, which a lot of people think I was an 18 Bravo, which is probably, like, it's a good thing.
Can you explain the difference?
So a weapons sergeant is an 18 Bravo, and then they're like the nugs on the team. I'm talking to my training director right now. He's a former 18 Bravo. But 18 Echoes are the communication sergeants. So they're the ones that are doing all radio comms. Typically, like, we get taught, computer-based networking and apparently printers, mapping printers. I don't know, but all the communications for the team. So I don't know why I was actually interested in the comm side. I think I was thinking, like, maybe for the future or something, it'll help me set me up for, getting out or something. I don't know. I definitely didn't have a plan to retire doing 20 years. So just kind of going from one thing to the next thing and seeing where we're at. But yeah, so I did the 18 Echo program, and there's common, you break off into your MOS training at a certain point, and you come back together throughout the whole thing. And then you finish up with the Robin Sage exercise, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that? Like,
yeah.
The whole unconventional warfare exercise. It like spans all across the state of North Carolina. There's lanes that go, like, where I live right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's.
Do you ever sit out in the backyard and mess with them?
I actually, no, but you'll see the trucks and stuff, like, at certain spots that they'll link up at, and one of the lanes they use one of my buddy's farms and as a part of it, and they actually finish the exercise at this fire station. So he actually asked me. The cadre was in charge of that class, asked me to come out there and speak with them.
Oh,
They were all, some of them, like, they had no idea who I was, but some of them did. But they all were freaking smoked.
Yeah.
And they all smelled like crap. And I was just like, freedom, yes. Yeah. And just got to just impact them a little bit if I could, encourage them, which was awesome. To be, in full circle. But
so once you make it through all of SFAS, you get into your first unit as a Special Forces guy.
Well, so one of the things, talking about, like, taking control of what I could, as an 18 Echo, at the time, the word on the street, was that we weren't getting sent directly to an ODA because of manning, like we were over strength or something. So we were supposed to be sent to the battalion, like, signal detachment for a year before we could go to a team. And I was like, I've already finished MOS. How do I circumnavigate that and pre-scuba? So I was like, I like to drown, so let's go, And so during language school, and I got Spanish, which I chose, but I probably had the aptitude for just Spanish. But my wife is fluent in Spanish too, so she's from Puerto Rico. And I wanted to learn something, and we, and then practice it with her. And so, but during language, I was given the opportunity. The cadre were running a pre-scuba. So after school, we'd go right to the pool every day for a few weeks and just do all the prereq stuff. And if we made it, then you would potentially get a slot post graduation. So, like, TDY en route to your duty station, to scuba school or dive school, CDQC, which is Combat Diver Qualification Course, down in Key West for us. It's the Army's program, and I made it, and it was tough, as you know. Like, water is a just like heights. Water is a good equalizer, right? Like, you got to be able to equalize, but it's, you want to breathe. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's something
It'll
about,
humble anyone, I think.
yeah.
You know.
It definitely was like, I was just doing breath holds all the time. Like, I'd be driving down the street. All right, 1:45. All right, I can go longer now. You know, and it's like driving.
Yeah.
But just because you can build the capacity piece of it, and some people can hold their breath naturally longer than others, but it's something you got to practice. And so I did. So I made it, and then I went en route to 7th Group, which was at the time 7th Special Forces Group was at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. They've been there the whole time up until, with 3rd Group, 3rd Special Forces Group is also there, up until 2010, 2011 timeframe. They during the base relocation alignment thing, they moved 7th Group to Florida, and they're down in Destin area, or Eglin, outside of Eglin Air Force Base. So I knew that I was going to 7th Group, but before I went to dive school, one of the pre-scuba instructors was a 7th Group guy, and I was talking to him. I was like, "Hey, how do I not go to signal detachment?" And he's like, "Well, let me introduce you to a company sergeant major." So before I even signed into 7th Group, before I even went to dive school, I went and met with a company sergeant major, Brian Rary, thank you, sir, and interviewed with him, which is unorthodox. And he looked at me and said, "Hey, if you make it through dive school, I'll put you on the dive team in this company." And I made it to dive school and showed up to the battalion. It pulled me into his battalion and then to his company. So the battalion sergeant major he locked me up in like parade rest and was like, "Sergeant Morgan, I see you, Mr. Ranger qualified, Mr. Dive qualified, special guy."
I like his accent, by the way.
He's got yeah. People know who I'm talking about that know. And he was pretty mad, but the company sergeant major honored it, and I was the 3rd Echo on a team, which is, we're slotted for 2 of each MOS. So there's 2 weapons sergeants, a junior and a senior, and there's 2 medical sergeants, there's 2 engineers, there's 2 commo, and then there's the intel sergeants, like a 18 Fox, 18 Zulu is a team sergeant, and then the captain is the team commander, and then the 180 Alpha, the warrant, is it's supposed to be the assistant detachment commander. So it's the 12 guys is what the construct is, and he was able to pull me into the company still, and because he honored his word, and I was the junior Echo. So on the dive team in Alpha Company.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
So I assume then that you were able to circumvent going to the signals group, and you went right to Special Forces detachment.
America's dive team.
Yeah, damn straight. That's another burpee.
There it is, dude.
So when you first got there and then ultimately deployed, how long were you in kind of training or workup, and where was your first deployment as a Green Beret?
It was, so part of my team was actually deployed to Afghanistan when I first showed up, so that was even better. The rest of them got back. So the junior, my senior, was there, but the senior Echo wasn't there yet. And when he got back, the thing about being on my ODA, and I think it's very similar across a lot of them, is that first year, man. It's like you got to ask permission to come in.
Yeah.
Don't say anything.
The spanker new guy treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was a bit of a shock for me. Not expecting that, but okay. I was like, all right, whatever. What can I do to be respectful, but also be a value-added member of this team? How can I earn my way into that? And it wasn't very long after where we were training for a JSET and a counter narcotics JSET type mission. There was like a dual pronged thing down in Colombia in South America, and which was a really cool experience, especially to be my first deployment with them, like a traditional type mission, but a little bit different in the sense of we had the training, component of the Colombian Lanceros, so like their Rangers and their BACOA, so Batallón de Commandos, so like their special forces, and there was a lot of the kidnapped for ransom and hostage with the FARC and all that, and so we were at a bigger base there, and then we deployed out deeper into the jungle and into San Jose del Guaviare, and kind of on the front lines of everything. So we weren't kinetic in the sense of like us going out on patrols with them, but the advise assist piece was really cool to see.
Yeah.
And to see the impact. It's not just like, it wasn't just like, just train these guys to train them. Like they were actively going out and looking for these hostages and working with other units too. And it was pretty remote. Like it was a fire base, like tents and limited resources. So it really did test all of our specialties as far as the ODA, the Operational Detachment Alpha.
Yeah.
And it was a really cool experience for, I don't know, about 8 months or so, 8 or 9 months. And a little bit longer than a typical JSET, I guess, if you will. And then to be able to, like, how actually good is my Spanish? Can I teach? Can I communicate? And instead of getting yourself, like, worked up of, because back then I used to be real timid with using Spanish, because my mother-in-law would always make fun of me, but or she'd correct me all the time, like, oh, I'm just gonna shut up. But that immersion piece of it, man, like some of them speak English, but a lot of them don't, and you got to communicate. So just accepting that, hey, we're gonna talk like kindergartners, okay? Yeah. But we're gonna communicate. We're gonna get it done, and then you have native speakers on the team and stuff, and. Right. Obviously, you can lean on them a lot too, but especially going from like that Robin Sage, how you finish the Q course and then integrating onto the team, and then putting it into practice first. Like it really did help kind of round me out, I think.
Yeah.
In hindsight, looking back at it.
Yeah. As you wrapped that up, how long were you in the Special Forces group until you screened, and did you do more deployments as a Green Beret?
Yeah, so I was there for basically three and a half years. So not counting the Q course time, but on the team. And that's one of the things that was very like hard for me, was that first deployment to Afghanistan with the team was shortly after the Colombia trip. It was like, pretty back to back. And, we had the Commando Mission out of Kandahar, and very kinetic, very direct action, heavily resourced. So I had kind of a little bit of a skewed view of, we didn't have any resources down in South America, and now we have a ton. Working with different agencies, the DA, fast team dudes, and using their aircrafts, and working with SEALs. Actually, that's the trip I met Eddie Gallagher.
Oh wow!
And that's a funny story too, because I didn't know this until later on, but on one of the ops, because we used to have to infill for most operations, we would infill during a period of darkness, have to stay over day. So we'd strong point. Once we've done or whatever our mission was, we'd strong point. So we'd bring in a bunch of extra things, big guns and stuff, and sandbags, and fortify our positions to stay over day, and then we'd exfil the period of darkness or 2, days kind of thing. On this one infill offset, the SEALs it was joint op, so they had different areas, but Eddie fell into a well, and I didn't see that happen, but I heard it on the radio and all these other things, and we carry on the mission, and they obviously they're taking care of that, and come back, it's like, hey man, we got a dude still in the well, like I don't know, hours later, it was daytime, and he was like, they tried everything to get him out of there. He was just deep enough or down enough to where he couldn't, and he was kind of in a stress position and becoming hypothermic, and so we had the commandos with us, and we had already cleared the village that we were supposed to clear, and I was relatively close to his position or where he was, and I basically just went over there and assessed it, and was like, with the platoon sergeant for the commandos, I was like, hey, go grab that one mayor guy, dude, Malik guy, and bring him over here. And he did, and then he just started tasking dudes, like the locals, and they figured out a way to get down there to him, and I just helped push that along, but they ended up finding a way to get down to him somehow through their own tunnel systems and whatever. But he hit me up about that years later, like since I've been out, and he's like, hey man, you were on that op where I almost died in that well.
Not unsurprisingly, I've never heard him share that story of falling into a well.
Well, now you have.
Pretty awesome. Wow, that's wild. Small world.
But that mission was that was a very cool experience to go from the Colombian mission to a priority as far as the special forces missions in Afghanistan in that era. This was in 2009 into 2009, because that trip that the AWG guy that was a former unit guy that had retired was working with Asymmetric Warfare Group and was attached to our ODA for that whole trip. And it was probably like another 8-9 month deployment. But that whole time, like, I was, working with him and learning more about, what he used to do and whatever he was willing to share. And I, through my experiences on target with him and outside, like we would play poker like every night, just really great conversations with him, mentorship, and older than me and seen a lot. And one of the things he said to me was like, Kyle, if you're interested in going to selection, my advice to you, because I told him, I was like, I think it'd be something I'd like to try. And he's like, well, then you should. And I'm like, but when? Like when? I'm newer on the team. Like I feel like my team needs me. I'm starting to become. We had a high like turnover after that Colombia trip, and I became like a junior, more senior guy. It happened very quickly. But he said that if he could do it all over again, because he was a special forces background guy too, and if he could do it all over again, he would have went sooner. Because he said he kind of dealt with the same dilemma of, I feel like I'm abandoning my team. They need me. I haven't got enough experience yet. And so he said, take that for what you will, but let them tell you no. If it's something you want to do and you have the time to do it, go and try. And that towards the end of that trip, I was kind of training. I started the process of applications and all that, and because you can say you want to go, doesn't mean you're going to get to.
Well, it's coming full circle of if there's something you want to do, don't wait to do it. Just start doing it.
Yeah.
We've mentioned a few times.
Yeah. 10 years is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to pass one way or another. So you said that SF deployment to Afghanistan was pretty kinetic.
Yeah.
Is there one operation on that trip that stands out as kind of the most memorable? Like as far as the classic SF mission getting some goes?
I think there was a, yeah, well, there's a couple. One was, one of our biggest concerns was like a green on blue, and that happened. But I was able to help my, it was actually the medic that got shot by one of the Afghans.
Dude, that's like,
which is one of our biggest concerns doing this.
yeah. Well, and it's
We got to
just
lead,
worst
but
case.
also like we got two of us and anywhere from 10 to 30 of them in between us. And it is just
What a
like,
nerve-wracking way to operate.
it is.
Man.
And we're covering great areas of land, like large. It's not like, sure, there might be a target building, but in most cases it was like, we're going to go in and clear this village out.
Yeah.
And we're going to, every fighting age male, we're going to like process
Right.
and interrogate, battlefield interrogation. And that's a big part about, with special forces is we have the ability to target ourselves and with our intel side and all that, and organic to a team. So a lot of our human intelligence is how we do a lot of our targeting. Or that's how we stay proactive with it. And so it's not all of it, but it's a big proponent to what we can do. And we did a lot of it, even though some of it was, hey, we need y'all to go in there and just clean this village out, as far as Taliban and empathizers and get to the bottom of shake it up, kind of thing. And that, the commando mission there was the 3rd commando candidate. So we had the ability to reach out across multiple provinces, for our operations. So we would fly everywhere. And I don't think we did a single mounted op. We flew, I think we did like 56 helo-borne ops that trip, which in that time frame, especially with everything going on, like, oh, you can't wear sunglasses outside the wire and all this other stupid crap. Like, what? But we need a presence, we need a what's the word?
Professionalism.
And for sure, we need to be professional, but we need to be more open, like more hearts and minds.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, we didn't have to, we infilled at night. So like, hearts and minds was a thing, but, it's just the politics involved in, even as a soldier, that we get kind of shoved down our throats too. But, that trip we were fairly busy, I think, and that was good. But there was basically 2 kind of things that stood out to me the most. Eddie Gallagher, was, I think that's just a cool coincidence, like just the crossing paths. But the green on blue, which I'll talk about a little bit more, and then the other one was the commandos. They would go they're on cycles. So we would rotate out with these companies, and when they're on a training cycle, cool, they're up in the hopper next for operational cycle. And we manage all of this, and then they have a leave cycle where they take vacation. And a couple of them got told on their leave, like, hey, don't go back home. Like, it's compromised. And they did, and they got rolled up by the Taliban, and were being held hostage by the Taliban. And the commandos wanted us to, the powers that be wanted us to go get them. So we actually did several hostage rescue ops over a period of, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, maybe it was a week. It was nonstop. And it seemed like everything, we were just too slow when it came to, they just moved them. Mm. So I don't think hostage rescue is it's definitely not the top of the mission decisional task list for special forces. It can be a component to it as you get into, crisis response and commanders reactionary forces and stuff, the CIFs and the CRIFs. It absolutely is a proponent to it, but I wasn't on a CIF or a CRIF team. Like, I was on an ODA and a dive team. And so what are we gonna do? Quit? No. So I learned a lot, man. But so much of that was driven by human intelligence.
Yeah.
And it's just too slow. And man, but I tell you what, like I got to experience some very courageous support elements from pilots to all the different resources come together. And I was just like, wow, this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like that this can happen. And you don't know what you don't know, man. Like you could sit there and puff your chest like, oh, we're the best of the best of the best. And like, you're just a piece of this. But to see, at a younger age, to see that come together, all with a common goal of rescuing those commandos. And we ended up getting a few of the captors, but not the commandos.
Yeah. Were they never recovered?
No.
Yeah, man.
And it did expose me to, especially being able to have these conversations with the former unit guy that was attached to us. Like, he's like, yeah, man, that's what this is about.
Yeah.
And I was like, ooh, I love that. I love that. I was like infatuated with that tempo of overwhelming the enemy, and in the hope of rescuing someone, you know. And but that, you know, the other one that stood out to me was that green on blue, and it's one of those things, like we go through these breaches, man, and the last thing you're already worried about is what's in front of you, and now you got to be worried about what's behind you, and it's really hard to do that job. And if you're not thinking about that, you're ignorant. Like, what's their motive? And at large, the commandos are phenomenal. They were phenomenal, like partner for us. And I feel a lot of remorse and guilt for how we abandoned them in the end. But it was a culture shock when that happened. I was actually first through the door, and then my Delta, or the Delta, came up and was probably like maybe third through. The interpreter's behind me. The senior squad leader dude was behind the interpreter, and then the medic came up, and then the rest of the squad were coming through behind him, and it was actually the saw gunner, like ripped a 3-round burst through the door, and it hit my medic in the back of his leg here, and I had just rounded the next corner through, you know, like they open up into the courtyards. I had just rounded that corner, or else it probably would have hit one of us too. But I just hear him, you know, cussing, and I heard the 3-round, like a, but it was behind me, and I was like, oh crap, what was that? And immediately turn around and round that corner again, and I see him on the ground, or I see him grab the dude, and he's like wrestling with this dude, and I go up to the situation, and I just freaking disarmed the commando, and the squad was helping too. Like they knew that wasn't right, and there was no time for the interpreter. I'm just like choking this dude and into the ground, like gonna pop his head off. And I look back at my medic, and I see that he needs help. And I grabbed my interpreter, which was an awesome dude. And I told him to grab the squad leader and put him in cuffs now. And then started rendering aid, calling up for help. And my medic was fine after that, and was able to make a full recovery.
So what happened to the guy that actually shot?
I don't know. That's the thing that was the culture shock.
Like they just carted him
I
off?
went to, he got put in cuffs and sent off or detained, and then quarantined. We finished the op, and it was one of those things, like it got passed up to my leadership at that point, and we focused on getting our medevaced out, finishing our portion of the op, augmenting, getting help from another section to come help me finish the area that we had to cover. And then I remember going back and just being like, that dude needs to get like prosecuted, go to jail. Like, and the platoon leader, the platoon sergeant was like extremely disappointed and just like, I can't believe this. And but then the PL, I don't know, just culturally, he was just like, he said something to me that really, really made me mad. And it actually pushed me away from God, I think, at the time, because he said, Inshallah. If, you know, God, and I didn't understand that back then. Now, if, you know, God wills it, I truly understand now. But back then I was like, I hate you.
Well, I'm curious, what was
A whole people. I hated a whole people.
Yeah.
You know, a culture, because of I didn't understand it fully. And I'm not saying I agree with Islam at all. I'm just saying I respect people that have faith in God. I don't agree with how they view God. But back then I was an infidel. You know, I was worshiping a piece of cloth, that thing back there. And I'm extremely proud to be an American, but it became
almost an idol.
Yeah.
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 What was the vibe like with the unit after that happened?
It was very, very cautious, I guess. Like, we were apprehensive to ever take who we're taking out with us, and it kind of slimmed it down to what we actually need. And it helped us because we always wanted to take less, you know, to go on target, but then we got told more. And I think that helped us kind of reinforce, like, no, we're going to take the right people
right
after that. And then, I don't know, a few months later is when that Commando hostage situation happened. So then it kind of, that reunited us, I think, of that common goal. And to be honest, like, I think he tried to say that it was an AD, but with a 3-round burst.
Do you buy that?
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
All right. So with the advice of the former unit member telling you, if you want to do it now, soon thereafter, you're putting your package together. Mm-hmm. You get picked up to select, correct?
Yep. And I had a date to attend selection. And I went to selection spring of 2010. So came back, redeployed, you know, January of 2010, and then finished up my training program that I had laid out as far as preparation, which I thought was appropriate in hindsight and physically, you know, and then showed up and was blown away.
Yeah.
It was the most professional course I've ever been to.
Expectation versus reality. What did you think you know, and what rumors or myths were either reinforced or dispelled when you actually went through it?
It was one of those things where, like, I had the people I had asked, you know, obviously the guy I was speaking of that was actually there, and I didn't ask him a bunch of intrusive questions. You know, I'm being respectful of the work that he's done and the work that so many others have done. And his advice was, let them tell you no. So if you can run. And that's it. And I'm like, okay, roger that. Land navigation, man. Like, I knew that. There's no myth about that. Like, it's you against the terrain and an unknown time standard. And that's just like with water, it is a great equalizer, because it doesn't matter how fit you are. If you make the wrong decision, you're on the wrong mountain. Mm-hmm. So it's really hard to recover from that. So having, you know, part of my own training process, and I've always loved land navigation, orienteering, and been pretty good at it. So, but the thing is when you do that, they teach you, if you get to a certain point, whether you get selected or not, you get a Army or military, official military school credits for advanced land navigation. So, and that goes in your military record and everything. So you'll be taught everything you need to know to successfully complete that course. It's just whether you can.
Right.
So
and
there's no why it's the most professional is you get the same look if you went in 1993 as I did.
Right.
And there's no favoritism. There's no good old boy system with it. There's no quotas. You can either do it or you can't.
Right. The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think is the biggest difference between Delta selection and every other selection process within the special operations community?
It's just you against yourself.
Whereas everything else is team oriented.
There's elements, I think, of other selections that they're assessing the whole man, for sure. But the whole thing is you're being scrutinized based on don't be late, light, or out of uniform. Okay, can you do that? Now, can you achieve these tasks that you're being given in the appropriate amount of time?
Yeah.
But you don't know. So you don't know where you're at, and it's this internal battle of trusting your gut and not quitting, persevering, and not peaking too soon. So that's the big thing is you'll see a lot of guys that, there's a lot of information out there about it, and I didn't have it, but it's out there, and people kind of try to game as much of it as they think they can, and it doesn't work.
To me, to me, that's one of the really unique and I think, frankly, beautiful things about it is that the secret is that there is no secret, or it's there's no way to game it or over prepare or get the secret.
You can over physically prepare, and that's why I say peaking too soon, because that's what you'll see. You'll see some of the best soldiers, service members, right, going through this, and you're like, that dude is a freak physically, and at a certain point you'll see them later on in passing, and they look like they got hit by a freaking semi truck.
Yeah.
And they just look defeated.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, what defeated them? The terrain and themselves, So I think staying positive is huge, because you'll hear people. You'll be in the back of a truck and you're like, all right, well, and people are like, oh man, this is it. We're getting cut. I'm like, shut up, dude. I don't need that right now. If it's gonna be, it's gonna be. It's. Inshallah. It's not to poke fun at different religions. I'm just God's will, though. My whole point is if God wills it, and even though I wasn't a religious man back then, definitely wasn't a follower of Christ. Maybe I knew of him, but to know and to follow is two different things.
Yeah. Doesn't mean that his hand wasn't on you, though.
No, for sure. And that's where I look back at my whole life, and I'm like, oof.
Yeah.
Thank you, God.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where to go all the way through that and then to not peak too soon. And I peaked right at about the right spot. And then it's just endure, physically, mentally, and keep moving. Don't stop. And let them tell you no. And when they tell you, you've completed this portion, it's dang, I haven't felt this way in a long time. Thank you. I have a lot of remorse for how I showed up at the end of my career, but that memory I just experienced was very special. Not very long lived, because I went to the last thing, and they're asking all these questions, and you don't know who's who in the zoo, and you're just like, what is going on here? But ultimately, I wasn't ready, and that was very clear to them and to me. If I'm being honest with myself, my pride was hurt so bad, but they told me, hey man, go to another another rip with your team, man, and come back and think about some of the things that we talked about. And, you know, to come back was, in the beginning, was like, roger that. Because I got a taste of it, and I was like, oh, dude, I really wanted to see if this is something I can do. But then I went back to my same team, and my head was down, but that didn't last very long because we had another pre-deployment coming up, and then sniper school, because that's a slot, like someone couldn't make it, and they're like, Kyle, can you go? I'm like, yeah, my feet hurt, but I'll go. And I literally went to sniper school right after SODIC, right after not making a selection.
Yeah.
And then I did pre-mission training and went back to a different area of Afghanistan for another, like, gnarly. I say gnarly. It was a challenging trip, man. You know, the VSO thing, Village Stability Operations. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So they wanted us to go into the local populace, the denied areas, and establish a relationship and maintain a presence with the locals, live with them, and village stability. And on the surface, like, it was a really, like, a core task for special forces to do that. So, but this particular trip, you know, had I not been there, and this isn't just because of me, but one of my teammates, I helped save his life. He stepped on an IED. Ryan Hendrickson. He was on Sean Ryan's show too.
Yeah.
He tip of the spear. He does demining in Ukraine and now in other places, but it's a nonprofit that he runs. But he was an 18 Charlie, and I told part of that story, and he told his stories on Sean's show, and I'm so proud of him, because that moment didn't define him. They ended up reattaching his leg as a part of the, like, limb salvage, and then getting put back onto duty, like getting and back onto a team, redeploying several times, getting a silver star after that. And it's just an awesome story of resiliency and service. And he thinks I saved his life, but it was me and one or two other guys on the team that were able to get to him in enough time where others froze. And you know, that's why. Like, it wasn't my plan; it's God's plan, you know. And to be a part of that, to now I have a brother for the rest of my life that's out there has his own mission, but if he calls, I'm there, and vice versa. And I carried him for almost over a kilometer on my shoulders, and I think that's where my first neck injury, like, really happened. I got my neck fused at I don't know, 36 years old. My C6, C7 is fused, and that led to a lot of other things that we can talk about. But my point is, with that trip is, you know, my pride coming back from selection, and then, you know, seeing the problem, like being where my feet are. And then I was like, man, my team needs me. Now I'm like even more of a senior dude on the team in a short amount of time. And Ryan's a younger guy that is new on the team, first deployment. And I feel like we failed him by infilling when we did, given the intelligence we had gotten about them booby trapping all the doors. So we're just going to go up and over the walls and blow holes in the walls, you know. And they had fortified this town, the Taliban, and cleared it out. And we were fighting with them every day. And we did a river crossing, so Zodiac, like, at night. And then we infilled with a couple ATVs on the Zodes and all the resources we needed and everybody else. And yeah, so that was a long trip. And but I wasn't going to go back
to Delta.
Yeah.
Really?
I was, at that point, I was like, my team needs me. I was potentially going to become the 18 Fox, so like the assistant team sergeant would be my next thing. And, but part of that was just, a massive part of that was pride. Well, they didn't want me, so, they're lost. These guys need me. And they did need me. And and they didn't want me. Those are all true, but it's just, I was making it about my own pride, and a hit on my pride. So, I'm trying to remember what exactly happened where I snapped out of it. Probably my wife, talking with her about it, because she knew how much it meant to me, training for it. She didn't know what it was, but she trusted me. And she knew that I would live in regret if I didn't. So it was her.
Yeah.
So when I got back from that trip, I had already started talking with the contact about doing, I didn't have to go all the way back through the whole thing. I just had to do the last little portion, the PT test and one of the walks, and that thing I failed. So
can you not really share the part that you failed, like what the...
I'd rather not, just because it's something that there's a lot of things that they're assessing to see, and that's the thing is, like, I don't know, but I do know they legally, morally, and ethically, and there is no gray. So like you have to see, you have to know, they have to know that can they invest in someone that's going to not live outside of this box.
Yeah.
Because we get trained outside the box thinking, and the thing is our box is just bigger.
Is there a way to be vague enough to say like it's combat morality questions or stuff like that, or would you rather not even get that specific?
All the above, man.
Yeah.
Legal, moral, ethical, on the battlefield and off.
So it's like a lot of hypotheticals of, in this circumstance, what would you do?
It's coming from experience.
Yeah, okay.
So are you man enough to talk about it?
Right.
And it's not about dropping dimes. It's just, are you mature enough? Because they're assessing all the psych testing and everything, and I don't know what they're looking for. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what the exact thing is here or there. I don't know.
But coming out of it, did you feel like that you had failed even before, or like irrespective of what they said, did you feel like your answers were immature?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I went into my bubble.
Yeah.
I went into straight up seer school. Kind of like right now. I'm like, listen,
You
think,
got the
pause,
spotlight
respond.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. But it is because there was a lot of immaturity still.
Yeah.
Like inside in me, and to have grace too, though, because I'm at this point I'm what spring of 2010, 27, 28 years old. Can't do public math, but 27, 28, something like that. So still,
young.
still young, and but in hindsight, and I know that because when I went back, they were right. Like I needed to go get some more experience, and I did.
What do you think about that experience enabled you to mature in a way that enabled you to pass that test?
So the team stuff, right? Like we don't, like, this is our team was the mindset I went into the first time. This is my team, we get the job done, but we don't talk about team stuff. Manifests in so many different ways, but that next trip to Afghanistan was, we had a team sergeant that was a coward, and some of the guys on the team were like a mutiny. And I saw it as like, this is not going to help us. So how do I help him? And I think getting myself outside of myself by making sure that we accomplish the mission above our own thoughts of that person, our own personal opinions, and some of it is like very clear on the battlefield. But that's the thing about when you're presented with bad leadership, whether it's in law enforcement, military, like unless they're doing something illegal, immoral, unethical, like you have to set a precedence from within, because you can't fire them. So I think realizing that perspective is huge. Perspective is paramount, and it's one of those things where instead of us just completely, alienating him and boycotting every decision he made, I decided to not to champion, but to be the glue as much as I could.
To me, what strikes me as really interesting and thought-provoking.
I had to mature to do all those things. That's my point is like that took a level of maturity in my own self, because I was very, like, I would conform, like, yep, that dude sucks. Yep. Yeah.
But it sounded like it's the realization that you're going from the ego-based individual competitor to the collective team competition, or collectively trying to get the entire team to be successful, not just worrying about you being successful. To me, there's almost an irony, though, in that the selection course that you failed is solely based on the individual, but you failed because of a lack of identifying how to be a team player.
Mm-hmm.
Have you thought about that at all? Like that kind of irony?
Yeah. But I mean, they ID'd something in me that needed to be worked on.
Yeah.
Because the thing is like they're assessing, and I physically passed all those assessments. Besides, okay, now let's see if you have an opportunity to be the right person to move on to the next phase. Because the next phase is all team. So, yeah, there's a method to it all, and
right.
And it works. I don't know. It's one of the best experiences I've ever experienced in my military career, as far as even failing it. Because culturally, you touched something, you were a part of it, you experienced it, and it hadn't changed since 1978.
Yeah,
maybe the location here or there, but that's huge.
Yeah.
And then having ran it on the other side as cadre, is humbling.
Yeah. How much of it did you have to redo?
So there's a ruck march that you do a PT test in the beginning. So basically the first day, or two, I had to do the PT test and that ruck march, and then the site testing again, and then that board.
Yeah.
So I was only up there for a couple of days, but
right.
And then you got to wait.
Yeah. What? Well, you mentioned the powerful impact that it had the first time when they said, "Congrats, you made it."
At a certain point.
Yeah.
On the long walk.
Yeah. How was the feeling the second time when you knew you actually made it through the whole thing, and how did they tell you?
Welcome.
That's it, huh? What was that feeling like?
I mean, there's a part of it that's seeing something through, not letting myself discourage me from trying again. So there's that part. That's just like, I did it, look at me. But man, there's no other experience when they say welcome and shake your hand that I've ever experienced about being a part of a team that you don't even know what you're getting into. You don't even know, man. But the opportunity to try for something greater. Words can't really describe it, man. And I don't want to idolize something because I did. But it is the most. It's reminiscent of when you get selected for special forces. For me, they split the groups up, and you're like, oh crap, like they're calling all these numbers, and guys are going over there, some guys are going over here, and you're like looking around.
Which one am I?
And then they start playing the Ballad of the Green Berets, and just like the national anthem and stuff, and just so proud to be an American.
Yeah. Do you remember how many guys started and how many finished in your class?
A lot and a little.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's there's no quota, just like there's you can either make the standard or not. To be accepted to try out means that you have a lot of prerequisites that are indicative of potentially being successful. So that screening process is very records based, also very test based and physical test based and test based. But then I don't know. It's one of those things where there's a lot of people there in the beginning from all walks of life, and you're just like, some people just look like unmade beds, dude, and you're like, what is going on? How did you get here? How did you even hear about this? But then it's such an individual task, and some people can't grasp. I just had so much fun with it.
Yeah.
Like it was just, to me, it was a hoot. Like I had a blast doing it, and I love like having a task. Like, hey man, show me where you're at, show me where you're going.
Yeah. What's the one thing that you think gets the most physically gifted soldiers kicked out of, or that makes them fail Delta selection?
Well, I mean, at a rudimentary level, like their inability to navigate, but then outrunning their headlights. I think that's the biggest thing you'll see with the people that are very physically gifted. Like they're just running everywhere.
Can't pace themselves.
And they don't understand throttle, like when to be in what gear, And there are some very critical times when navigating over long distances and varied terrain where you got to throttle control, or else you're going to miss something. And that's why I was saying that the errors that you can make aren't recoverable.
Yeah. When you're grouped together, I know it's an individual test, do you get to know each other very well, or is it very like you kind of almost don't even know who everybody is because it's so individual?
No, you get to, there's plenty of opportunities to get to know people in a short amount of time, but as long as you don't let that, like, well, it's a story time. No, man. There's huddles of people like telling like, oh, this is what I think's happening next. But I had a couple guys that I went to Special Forces Q course with that also were at that selection class, and like we weren't on the same ODA, or they were in different groups, so I haven't seen them in a few years, so I got to see them and catch up with them a bit, and we're all focused on the tasks that were being given, and that was motivational, and that was episodic, because it's like in passing you're like, hey, but you're not supposed to interact like that. So there's no group effort with it.
I guess is there an element of, there are certain guys that kind of everybody thinks is going to make it, and then they either quit or don't make it, and you're surprised by that? Yeah, I mean, I think that's everywhere though. Like, but it's one of those things where, unless I know the person, like truly, like there's some guys specifically that I can think of right now that I went through with that, man, they had an ounce of quit in them, but they broke themselves, and and didn't make it because of that. But it's either over preparation, lack of trust, like intuition. So trusting your gut's a big one. Like understanding what's the best route versus what's the route that you're going to take.
you know, and how to make up time,
Yeah.
you know. So those pieces of advice that I got from that one guy,
Right.
let them tell you no. And when you can run.
Yeah.
So listening to your body is so important too.
Right.
Because you can't recover from an injury, man. It's you're just hobbling along. And some guys make, you know, they fight through it, and it's like, you know, irreparable damage that they now have to deal with for the rest of their lives too.
Yeah. What do you think is worse, the actual selection itself or the fear that you might fail?
For me, I don't think the fear of failing wasn't wasn't something, because I didn't put all my eggs in that basket. I was more focused on what an opportunity to try. And I did not have this, like, I gotta make it. I'm gonna go until they tell me no. And that really helped, because, and I don't think that's the case for everybody, because I think your question is extremely valid. But what an opportunity.
Yeah.
No one knows anything about that place, but they exist. And it's given the opportunity to try outweighed my, until they told me no, then it was like, what, you know, and that's where the pride hit happens. But I was just very appreciative, I guess, and because it's fun.
Yeah.
To test your mettle, man. What do I have right now? How much do I have in this moment?
Yeah.
And how can I balance rest and reset, you know, and then do it again?
Right.
Yeah.
Is there a most brutal lesson about Delta Selection Force that nobody talks about?
What do you mean?
Like, is there one thing that is like the most brutal lesson learned throughout that entire process that you've not heard people like publicly voice?
I don't know if anyone said that, what I said about let them tell you no, because self-deselecting is a big thing. And that's not just exclusive to that selection. It's anything hard, school-wise, you know. And I think if we're thinking about the problems of tomorrow can worry about themselves tomorrow, you know. And if we focus on the tasks at hand, man, I think it'll be, well, how do you eat a crap sandwich?
One bite at a time.
But it's still crap.
Yeah.
But this is a beautifully packaged crap sandwich. So it's like, man, this is good crap. So, but being where your feet are, I think, is the best piece of advice I could give anyone. If you feel called to do it, do it.
Yeah.
Don't leave something on the table, and that's for military service or even in law enforcement. If you feel like you need to do more, do it, because you're never going to replace it.
Right.
It's not going to happen. You're going to try.
Yeah.
If you don't think about, is there more that I want to prove? Because for me, it was about what I had to prove, you know, and to myself and to others, because my identity was so much in what I accomplished, how I could perform, and which is very dangerous,
right?
You know, but it's one of those things where it's the hardest place to get to stay at, and to leave.
Right. You make it all the way through on the second time. Now you go through operator training course, OTC. Do you remember how many, or can you say how many guys were in that class, or is that not something you can say?
There's one thing I will say is there's no quota. So you may start with however many, and you may end with one.
Yeah.
There's no quota. So
is it typically a high attrition rate even in OTC?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Again, kind of the expectation versus reality. Did you have any sense of what it was going to be like, or were you going in totally blind?
So that's where you go and talk to people after I got picked up, and as I'm out processing, you got to clear all the main Army stuff, and you're talking to people. I was, in special forces and senior guys and stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, I did that and this and that, and I just take it all. I took it all like with a grain of salt, man, and it's like, let me see. I'm gonna see for myself, and I think that's the biggest thing is if you can, regardless of where you came from, whether it was regiment or special forces or conventional or other branches of service, it's you're going to be asked to learn how to do a new job. There's elements of your old job that absolutely, and that's why you're here, can apply. Can you translate that? Can you realize that you need to be able to do it the way that they're showing you to do it? And then they'll add more. Can you do this? Okay, now we're going to give you more. If you can't get past yourself and all the experience that you have up to that point, I don't know why they're teaching it this way. I don't know why. Trust the process, man.
Yeah.
Like, trust the process, because there's more if you're the right guy. And that's the beautiful part about that place is making it through that. Whew, going to a squadron. Whew, you think you're good, then you get there and you're humbled. And it's like, okay, can I be a entry level operator? But they don't give you more than they expect of you. Like they're not tricking you. They're not like, see, what's wrong with you? Like all the things they're assessing through the training course, you're put into like leadership roles and you're put into different things and you're rotating, and when you get to a team, I need you to carry this and be the best at carrying this. Okay. And also shooting, moving, communicating in a confines of a structure or, moving to a structure kind of thing and all the different areas that we work in. But, and then if you're still there, you're the right guy.
Yeah.
There's no tenure. So it's like, it truly is a performance-based organization in the sense of like, it doesn't matter how long you're there. If you mess up from a performance perspective, and depending how egregious it is, you're gone.
Right.
When I say that, they will remediate the right guys because there's only so few. But everything is talked about.
Right.
We spend more time talking about training and ops on the backside than we do on during side, the execution side. So, because we capture, the lessons learned, man. That's how that unit keeps evolving.
Right. Did anything surprise you about OTC, or did all of it surprise you?
Shooting in CQB, like that didn't surprise me, but I didn't go into it with, I got this figured out. I'm a special forces. So what? So what? And that's where a lot of our, across the country, people see you got a Navy SEAL or a special forces guy that's teaching this and that. And you're like, well, what did they do in that program, in their experience, that qualifies them to teach hostage rescue, to teach close quarters battle? I'm not saying that they're not qualified. I'm just saying I came from a team and I've been through a couple special forces advanced urban combats, 2-3 week trainings, and that's all the CQB training I would get. So I went into it having done a lot of entries, in Afghanistan, and not really understanding, like, truly the excruciating level of detail that you can break CQB down into. And they do that for you.
Yeah.
Can you learn that from them?
Yeah.
And everything is being observed. Every move, every time you take that weapon off a safe, was being observed.
Nothing gets by him.
Nothing.
Yeah. Are you willing to say how many guys finished in your OTC course?
No.
I would say
I will say this. They got one photo of me not smiling. And that was the day I checked in.
Oh, yeah. You're smiling all the rest of the time.
Every photo I've ever taken, not ever, but a lot of photos I've taken through my military career, but my life, I'm smiling in.
Yeah.
There's one. Yeah. And it was the day I checked in.
Just because you were nervous?
I was in civilian clothes, like dressed up and like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you notice a big difference culturally between the way the operators at the unit act and treat you versus how it was at the ODA team?
It's bigger. Like, what I mean by that is, like, your ODA. So my experience with my team is limited to the 12. Right. Whereas in some company, and this, I can only speak from my experience, but one thing that I think is kind of a common theme is you could be in the same company in SF and have a completely different experience of special forces based on those 12. In my experience in the unit, like, the culture is at the squadron level. It's at the unit level, but it is very much at the squadron kind of. So it's you plus all these other guys. Like, yeah. It is significantly more people and more culture.
Yeah.
And there's no hiding from anything, performance-wise. Like, everything's measured. There's some sort of competition involved. It could be going to grab chow. Who can grab a to-go plate faster?
Yeah.
You know, I would literally see guys that I used to work with in special forces in passing, and once a year maybe, and be like, hey, see ya. And then I'll see you next year. Like, it's very, so in that sense, like, one of the things that I did lose sight of is all those experiences and relationships. Like I mentioned Ryan Hendrickson, like, some of my fondest memories are from my short time in special forces, like, in those relationships, and to come out on the other side, because you're so, it's not siloed, but it is very independent fighting force that's enabled to move across the world at a moment's notice. And it's you're part of a strategic kind of level impact, and you lose sight of, like, well, for one, you struggle to be mediocre every day amongst the highest performing people on the planet in one place. So for me, there's moments of like, oh, look at me, I did good. And then, oh, more of like, oh, you know, and which is good if you have your identity anchored in something outside of your job. I think your job absolutely, like, should feed into your identity, but it shouldn't be your only identity. And if it is, it's not too late, you know. So service, you know, can be an identity if it's coupled in something that's in service to others, you know, and not just yourself. Serving yourself.
Yeah.
And I'll say this too, because I look back at my whole life, but that I worshipped a place, and I know that because the feeling that I got leaving or going in every day was like how I feel when I'm listening to worship music now. And it's not the same. It's not the same, but it is, there's elements of that, you know, and to me it's like, you know, if I'm worshiping anything other than God, then I'm wrong, you know. That's been something in retrospect that I've just looked at. And
yeah. I think that's an important realization, you know. There's no question that the standard of a Delta shooter is of mythic proportion. What makes Delta operators so good at shooting? There's the obvious, well, we shoot a lot, but is there more to it than that, or is it that simple?
I'm going to say something, and hopefully some people can make sense of this, but what makes a Delta shooter the greatest shooter is getting selected and developed to not take that shot. If you think about like what goes into that, I got to be able to take the shot, but to not take the shot. So how do I create the space in my subconscious skills, the stuff running in the background? It's just happening. It's weapons manipulation. It's shot placement, knowing all my holdovers at any moment, angles, all the things, what's in front of that and beyond my target. All those things have to be running in the background in order for me to really access my greatest tool, which is my awareness. Because maybe that shot's not for me right there, but one step more, and it's mine.
Yeah. So
it's not that. Hopefully, people don't take that out of context of like, oh, you guys you're reserved to shoot. No, we just know when to.
No, I think it makes perfect sense, and I think it's really well put, and that is the difference. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about the skill set comparatively between the 20-year-old Ranger, the stormtrooper, you know, just run in and belt fed everything, you know, versus the surgical guy. I mean, there's a huge difference between those two things. One is far more complex than the other.
Yeah.
So
some fond Ranger stories of my time in the unit. Maybe for another time.
Yeah. I imagine that there's a surreal aspect of once you're finally in a squadron and you're kind of saying to yourself, like, I'm a unit guy, right? Or is it so fast paced that you don't even have time to realize it?
No, there is, you know that you've made it into that. But it's very clear, in the pride, because I think collective pride is important, like to be proud as a team, collective pride, but individual pride is the enemy for any team. So now that's the part that's got to get worked out, and just because you make it across the hall doesn't mean that you're given the opportunity to see if you can be an entry level operator. And like I said, they won't give you more. Like either they won't ask things of you that you shouldn't already have gotten the skills to, been shown exactly what you need to be able to do. Now, it's something that I don't think it took years of being there before I ever was like, I've made it, you know?
Yeah.
And I hate even saying that because it's every day selection's an ongoing event, and it's super stressful in that regard. Every day is an opportunity to lose your job. So
that's such a stark
super
and
stressful.
sobering way to think about
it.
it.
And the thing is like you give more than you take. And the fact that I'm talking about right now means I'm taking from it. So there's people that absolutely despise me because of that. And this isn't about me. I want to honor that unit. It was the most, I'm more grateful than anything through my military career to be able to serve there. And I don't want to take more from it, but I want to be a quiet professional, not a silent. And I want to help others. And this is a part of how God's using my experiences to help others. But maintaining, honor and integrity while I'm doing it. But some people won't ever see it as that, and that's okay. I'm not, I'm not judging anyone, but we will be judged. And, so this has to, why I'm here right now, why I'm talking about these things has to transcend me.
Right.
So, but it is extremely stressful, and that carries over into how you show up every day at home when you are home. And it's just like, and then the blast injury stuff just compounds in training and in operations just from our own stuff. The way that we train is intense, and that prolonged blast exposure changes the way that our brain is wired.
Yeah.
And impacts every aspect of how we show up and function and can process, and little things become more difficult. But the first things that feel it are your family.
Yeah.
And you're agitated, you're forgetful. I started stuttering. My kids would make fun of me for forgetting things, and they'd use that against me sometimes. Like, no, I didn't.
We
say
talked
that.
about this, Dad.
No, we didn't.
Yeah.
And I look at Eric and be like,
Did we?
I don't know. Like, okay.
Yeah. From the time you actually got into the squadron until you left, what was that time period? How long were you there for?
So I spent just about 10 years in the squadron. But then towards the end, man, so I'd been arrested 3 times since 2016.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so after the Radisson Blu. And, the first time it was a DUI, and I called my sergeant major right then, and he's like, all right, well, keep me posted, and we'll link up when you get out of jail. And I was like, well, that's it. Because, I mean, the thing is guys get alcohol-related incidents, and then they're gone, and they didn't. They didn't fire me. And I went down and did some intensive inpatient treatment where they took my belt, my shoelaces, and doors locked behind me outside of the military system. And because there's a thing where it's like they don't have a policy on the wall for the good ones. How do you get rid of the good ones? And that's not me that said that. And people can say whatever they want about it. But my point is that it is a very performance-based organization.
I mean, just like any professional sports team, right? Is that, the JV guy that's, 4th, 5th string doesn't have the same rules as this, $20 million a year starting quarterback. I mean, that's the reality of it.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's kind of a similar thing.
Yeah. And they gave me multiple, chances, and but something changed after the Radisson, and my life became more unmanageable to where even my performance started to suffer. But because I was so performance driven, like I just worked harder at it, and all while coping in all these unhealthy ways, and trying to move out and start a life on my own, and couldn't even pay my own bills on time. Started to really struggle in any time away from work, so I just stayed at work, and that's all I did. But and I abstained from alcohol for 6-7 months after that first treatment I went through, but I did it for everybody else. I viewed that as punishment. Let me do my time so I can go back to being operational. And I mean, God bless them, man. They did everything they could to help me, and they didn't know what they didn't know either. And as far as the organization, but the biggest thing is, I needed to get out of Africa, and I stayed over there for almost 3.5 months, post November 20th, 2015, just unraveling, man, and by myself. And the paranoia started really overwhelming me. The injuries from the TBIs in that stairwell started really messing with me, and I just drank. And State Department, it was very Vespers and cocktail hours, and I like to party, so just covering it up. But it was coming out. It was bursting out of the seams. But I was away from everybody else, and I moved out when I got back from my home, and Eric even helped me get an apartment. I couldn't even find a place to stay, but I told her I was moving out. And but then it actually wasn't a DUI. That happened the second time. The first time I was out in, it was almost a little over a year after the Radisson. I was out in Western North Carolina on vacation, and was at a hotel, knew I couldn't go out and drink anymore at night just because of what was unfolding. Because the lawlessness overseas in Africa, like, I didn't care. All day, all night, whatever. I wanted someone to kill me. And I put myself in some really weird, bad situations. And I carried that back home. And it was scary for Erica and my kids. So I wanted to distance myself from them.
So when you were in Africa, you were intentionally inserting yourself into hyper dangerous scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, or would you share any examples?
Just being in places that I shouldn't, at these bars and, because like the area of Bamako in Mali, it's just, you have this kind of freedom to maneuver, but there's places that you shouldn't be by yourself. And that's pretty much anywhere, but besides the embassy. But I mean, I lived probably 3/4 of a mile from the Radisson in a big old embassy house, little pool. And I tried to move because I thought people were coming after me, and I'd see, shadowy figures in the middle of the night, and I'd have my gun in my hand under my pillow. And so I couldn't sleep. So I would stay up and then go to all these different clubs and shouldn't have been anywhere, and just fighting with a gun on me. And lawlessness, drinking and driving. I used to never do that, ever. I would not sacrifice or risk my career. But I carried that stuff back into the States with me, and I was hurting bad, man. Like I couldn't even like look at the map of Africa without getting triggered. And the attackers were, they blended in with the southern Malians, which is traditionally like a very dark complexion black. And then the Trans-Sahel, or like north of a certain area, they're more of the Tuareg, so a lighter Arab complexion. And then the Arabs are obviously there too, and that's where there's been a breeding ground for terrorism for a long time between AQIM and ISIS. But it's something that just very precarious situations, and knew that that's not me. Like I wouldn't put myself in that type of risk, be that inebriated, interacting with people armed, but yeah, I think that, and I don't know if I wanted someone to kill me. I said that a little bit ago, but I definitely wanted to feel pain. And I was getting into fights a lot. And I never got arrested over there, but that's because we know people, and they've got a fixer. They can fix everything,
Why do you know why you wanted to feel pain? Was there a feeling of guilt, or what was the driver behind that?
I think there's this is why my heart is so fixed on active shooter response, is because having gone through all the operations before and after the Radisson, it was something that stuck with me the most. It impacted me the most because a couple things. I did not get a chance to prepare my mind, body, and spirit for what I saw and what I had to do. Now, I had been conditioned to doing a lot of these things as a team. Now, even in my special forces time, like a very small number of us in a force multiplier, right? So that helped me be successful in building an ad hoc team and taking charge and But like I was there in a suit and tie every day, so I was just in the right place at the right time. So to me, like getting there without a mission, because that's the biggest thing, is I was supposed to be going after to dismantle ISIS, and I had just spent a few months earlier that year doing that, and I wasn't supposed to be there. Someone else was supposed to be doing that job. They said they didn't feel comfortable, briefing and interacting with the interagency folks, so they asked me, and I was like, no, what's the mission? And they're like, well, we need you to maintain this outstation, the relationship, so we can hand them off to our Navy counterpart. So we need every single one of us to go after ISIS. But it was that time of the Trans Sahel where we hadn't handed it off yet. And there's a lot more to all that, but my point is that I didn't have a mission, and I got told to be there. I felt like my team is over here. All I've ever wanted to be is a part of this team. And it wasn't my first trip with them, but it was the first one by myself. And I don't think I was prepared for that. And I think putting someone like me in a position where you just tell them to maintain relationships is a very dangerous place. It became one for me. But because the first thing I did when I showed up, you're supposed to do a right seat and hand off and all that. I get handed a Ninja Turtle costume and went to a freaking cocktail party. I was Michelangelo, and I was like, cowabunga, and just got blackout drunk. Wow. And I was like, this is how this trip's going to go? And I tried to, I built, reinforced relationships. There was 2 MARSOC dudes that were in that country, and God bless them, and then a couple of the State Department guys that were kind of go-getters and just like, hey, man, y'all want to go shoot? Like, just trying to be proactive. But it happened 3 weeks in to being there. So, those are the first people I called and built the team on the fly. And then I was like, this is why I'm here. This is why I'm here. What I didn't realize, though, is that it was so much more like seeing people slaughtered, dressed like you, me, women, hit differently to me. And I had become desensitized a bit to life and death in a Middle Eastern dress. And you couldn't, I didn't know this in the moment, but I think it's the dwelling in there, that if you couldn't recite the Quran, they were just executing you. So the spiritual warfare that was happening in that hotel was very real. And I'm not saying I was this righteous warrior running in for God, but that was a part of his plan. And I still had some shaping, though, that had to happen. And I wish I could have got in there sooner. And that carried with me for a long time. I wish I could have saved one more person. And I don't miss, but I missed. And I almost let that destroy me. So it's one of those things that, like, they did not kill another innocent person once I met them in that stairwell. I just couldn't finish it myself. And that hurt. Physically, it hurt. I should be dead. But God, that first round I stared at, it's this scene from this tattoo. Running up the stairs and he's running down, and the only thing that makes sense is this little piece of railing between him and I. Deflected that first round, but it knocked me out. And I stayed fighting, but there's rounds I can't account for. And I almost let that destroy me. And the fact that my pride, I thought I was more capable than I was, but we are. That unit is. And I went back and called my commander and said, hey, I need my boys, man. I can't do this alone. And that hurt. I just wanted to end it. But they came, the French, Tier 1 French guys from the neighboring country with one of my teammates. And we were able to finish it with them leading that. But it was the longest day of my life. And the days after were the hardest. But God bless them, and I don't know, man. I saw my teammate in the afternoon that day, and there's no greater feeling. I was like, does anyone speak English? Where's my teammate? And he comes in from the back, and I was like, let's go, dude. Just frazzled. Because I got fragged too in the stairwell, and I don't know how I didn't get hit with anything shrapnel-wise or round-wise. But I ate all of the overpressure from all of it. And I thought I was bleeding from the inside, man, internally. I had one of the MARSOC dudes, like, after that, when I went outside, after I cleared everybody out, like, kind of barricaded them in that position, the shooters. Cleared everybody, kicked in a bunch of the doors, cleared a bunch of people out of that wing, and then made the call. I took my body armor off, and I was like, check me out, man. I just threw up. My teeth just felt like they were all loose. This taste in my mouth. I've been bopped a lot before that, but this was pretty significant, and no, I was like, okay. I put it back on, and I called my command, and was like, that's the other thing too, is like I never asked anybody to go in. Now, the State Department wanted to get clearance from, because there was two regional security officer, like ARSOs, and then the two MARSOC guys and me. And they were like, oh, let's talk to the ambassador before. I was like, man, they ain't doing nothing. Malians are sitting right there. This is like at 7:45 in the morning. And I already, like, we drove up and then kind of dismounted and approached to absorb a bit. Because the last call I got was there was 5 to 8 armed gunmen and shooting up the front of the hotel and explosions and all that. And I was like, oof, this sucks. Let's go, you know? If not me, then who? And those guys are warriors, man. Like the guys that formed up with me, and I don't want that. That's the big thing that I think is, like, I've told this story not to glorify my actions. A lot of people are misconstruing that this is a solo op. Man, I've always been a team builder and a part of a team. And on the fly is the best example of, can you actually build and lead a team? And those guys were absolutely a part of that process. But I wasn't asking anybody for permission to go in. The Malians weren't doing anything. There was like a pod of them here, and they pointed at us, and the moment I heard some explosions from the inside, or on the inside from the outside, I was like, let's go. And we had the first American. We already knew he was in that room on fire, and one of the RSOs, or both of them, knew exactly where that room was. And I was like, all right, let's go. And they were like, well, let's talk to the ambassador. And I was like, hey, sir, I had to get on the phone with him and say, hey, I'm going to lead. They know where that room is. This guy's going to die if we don't do it. And after that, I didn't talk to my command until hours later. because of empowerment. Like, I don't need to ask permission if I'm in the right place at the right time, and I know that I'm doing something that's the right thing.
Yeah. For those unfamiliar with that operation and story, can you walk through kind of the timeline of where you were at when it started, and kind of how you became aware of it, and then kind of walking through what actually happened?
So it's the Radisson is an international hotel, and the Blue is like I think domestically there's Radisson Blues everywhere across the world, and so a Western hotel, I think seven or eight stories, and to me, like Embassy Suites kind of is a good a little smaller Embassy Suites where you have multiple floors and like a 3-wing kind of atrium looking down. But then, multiple wings off of that. But they also had like, condos and stuff where, different government fill in the blank employees are staying at. So very, very complex, like structure or multiple structure. But the notification I got was from someone that works at the embassy, and they were two things. They were calling me to tell me about the attack, and this was at 7 to 7:10 in the morning, so first thing in the morning. And up to that point, like I said, I was wearing a suit and going to the ambassador and sitting in briefs and talking about this or that, and so they called me to tell me about this. 5 to 8 armed gunmen launched the attack from embassy looking vehicles, tagged vehicles, because they would pick up the temporary duty personnel or people that were staying there that worked at the embassies, not just American, but across the world. And they take them into their embassies and then bring them back. And so they were alluding to the fact that they think it was like an inside attack, from one of those vehicles, because they knew that there was going to be a large congregation of people at that time, breakfast and going to the vehicles, so higher trafficked time, concentration of traffic. So, but they also want me to see if their boss was my neighbor, to see if he's aware. So it's one of those things where I was getting that information, and then my kit bag was always packed. It's always packed a certain way, ready kit bag. So I went and grabbed my stuff, and I was like, where is the Radisson? And because I wasn't there for very long, man. So I knew it was relatively close, but I didn't know where. And I went outside, and on the way to go check on him, I called the MARSOC guys. And they had already talked with the RSO guys, and we were going to link up in front of my house, because it was on the way to the hotel. And I went and checked on my neighbor, and he was on the phone when he opened the door, and he was on the phone with someone in the hotel. And I was like, oh, cool. Like, give me the names, room numbers, all that. Because for me, that's a start point of an American right away, or a handful. And applying like hostage rescue into this environment without realizing what it was. And the thing that stuck with me most, and I shared this on Sean's show, is he was like apprehensive to give me that information, because knowledge is power. And I'm like, he's like, why? And I'm like, because I'm gonna go get him. And he's like, you do that? I'm like, yeah. Shut up, let's go. And but then we just linked up with the other guys, and at that point, that's when the American was talking with the Marine security guards, post 1, that was in the breakfast area, and they were. He said he was trapped under a table. It's on fire. They were shooting over top of him, all this stuff, and he's gonna die. And I was like, all right, well, that's the start point. But I didn't want to just like run up, because the thing, I think they chose the Radisson because there's a ton of hotels to pick, but that one was obviously a high concentration of Westerners, but there's other ones that also had that. There wasn't standoff. Maybe, you could throw a rock from the corner intersection to the front door if you got a good throw, so not many layers of barrier to have to defeat or any of that. So, stopped short, dismounted, walked up, and as I'm walking up, I'm hearing all the explosions, and while he's also on the phone with the ambassador or the attaché, and because I think the ambassador was out of town, but not attaché. What is it? Charge d'affaires? Or no, he was acting, the deputy, the chief of mission. Or, anyways, apologize if I messed that up. But my point is that the 2IC of the State Department's mission, the American embassy there, was who he was talking to, and he's like, "Well, let the Malians deal with it." And that's when I was hearing the explosions. I was like, "Sir, what you're not seeing is the Malians aren't dealing with it, and that guy's going to die if we don't go. And so knows exactly where that room is, and we got myself plus 1, plus 2, 3, 4. Let's go." And it wasn't like an asking for permission. It was a notification. And I think that's what a lot of the guys that were with me, like, I didn't have to motivate them to do anything, but I also stepped in to take lead without asking, "Can I lead?" No, man. It's just, that was a part of who I was and how I was trained and how I was tested. So, but I did, once we got in, I was like, whoa, I don't have my squadron with me, my team, my troop. And that is not a dig or anything. It's just like, we've never done this together. Close quarters battle. So I realized pretty quickly that, all right, I'm going to have to hall boss a little more, And so I did. And going into that first room that was on fire, I had never been in a rescue environment where it's on fire. So I almost died going in there because I almost went too far to where I couldn't find my way back, and I would have died of, smoke inhalation. But one of the big takeaways after that is training with, all the different fire departments, rescues, and that are professionals at it, fire rescue. So rescue in a fire environment. And by kicking the doors in, it vented it to where after I came back out, by the grace of God, it had lifted enough to where I could get further in, and we were able to get him directly on the phone versus we were talking through the Marine security guards, which is just too slow. So that was the start point, man. And as that was happening, got him out. The State Department guys were coordinating a driver vehicle back to the consolidation point. The embassy did a fantastic job, of managing who we missing, who was staying there as best we can, and who's checked in, who hasn't. There's consolidation points because a lot of people were able to flee, in the initial attack, but there was a lot that were trapped in the hotel. So that list kind of evolved as far as Americans that were unaccounted for, and I was focused on them. So I was starting to take a list of names and room numbers, and if there was any description, they could tell me just to verify. But the biggest thing is reducing the amount of time where the attackers went unfettered, unadulterated, unmolested. It's like, I'm going to harass them. And this is where active shooter is my passion, training. Now, the percentages of active shooters, and we can talk about stats and all that, and I love those. Statistics are huge, but the bottom line is why? Why are we having to do this? Well, we have to step into that void and apply, some basic principles of safeguarding innocent life over our own in a priority life scale, situation of innocent civilians, first responders, attackers, right? So that's the answer to that question is yes, it's intact. So we have to be able to put ourselves in harm's way, which comes easier to some of us, especially when that's been a part of our life for so long. But if you can't answer that question, then you're a liability. So reducing the amount of time that they can go and execute their plan, whatever it is they had. And so to me, it was an active shooter event where it was just a terrorist plan attack, and their goals, they've extradited the main attacker. He's in New York right now under trial or waiting trial. And it's one of those things where but I didn't have my team, so it was very much, it wasn't pretty. I've never done a single operation that's ever gone down textbook, by the way, but they've all gone down pretty well. There's lessons that we've learned across the way, but I think it was just through that day, getting the first guy out, getting the list of the other ones, figuring out the best route to take led me into the shooter's path, pretty quick. So that's where I say they weren't able to harm another innocent person because it became a barricaded shooter.
Was there 5 to 8? Or
No. There was 2 to 3.
Okay.
Now the numbers are, I saw 3, 2 in that stairwell and then 1 in the room next to it. Once all things were said and done. But in that stairwell, barricaded closet, there was the 2 attackers, and that's who I encountered in that stairwell. But once we cleared with the French and found a way to get in from the side or the top, there was 1 in the room right next to it. So, now this is where, because I wasn't up front at that point, people have said that dude was a Malian that got hit and drug up there. I don't know how he got drug up there or how he got up there, a security force. But it was chaotic, man. And that's what became extremely chaotic after. It was kind of eerily silent when I first went in. And then when I encountered them in that stairwell, it was obviously super intense. But then now I'm like, all right, well, let's get any Malian security forces up here. And man, it was lift the floodgates of chaos. Of who's who, just fingers on the trigger, AKs on fire. I was more worried about getting shot by one of them, and to the point of eventually when the French got there. So what I did was got the Malians to lock down that stairwell, and then I tried to find a way to go in from the top, and I couldn't, just because of the way it was designed. But so I went to the room numbers of Americans, started kicking in doors. And
this
started
was
pulling
after
them in.
clearing the stairwell?
I couldn't clear the rest of the
Okay.
stairwell because that's where I ran into him, and I should be dead because there was probably 5 or 6 shots that he shot back at me, and the first one I'm staring down the muzzle, and the rest of them are just popping on the concrete behind me, all around me, like Pulp Fiction, except for I didn't embrace it as a divine intervention like Samuel did, but I did over time. And so I just went to work, man, and started that whole wing that was connected to that stairwell, kicked in all the doors, and a few of the people, they were knocking on the door and shooting them through the little crack in the door, because I would kick some doors in, and it would destroy the locking mechanism, but also the throw latch, and then there was just carnage, and I'm like, how did that happen? I'm just like, okay, clear the room, come out, and then move on to the next one. But I found out later, because I did obsess about this, because I had, through the FBI, I was able to go back in, put a suit back on for several days, and was collecting information to disseminate, but really was to try to make sense of what happened. And it was, they were knocking on the door, and people that were opening it, they just shot them through it, and then it would close on itself. So just evil, man. And I think, and this isn't, I don't know this for certainty, but I think they were looking for a specific wing of rooms targeting the Air France crew, because they would fly in almost daily. And but they were targeting Westerners, period. And like I said, people that could not recite the Quran. So, yeah, and, I think I freed probably 5 or 6 Americans from different rooms, just going all over the hotel to specific room numbers that I had. Some of the rooms, they weren't in them. A couple of them, they were. Some of them I caught in the hallway, like hiding somewhere. Some dudes like couldn't even walk. Like they were in such shock, like I'm carrying them. And that was one of the things that was pretty surreal to me, because the next day or the day after or so, I'm in the embassy and I'm like, I'm wearing whatever I want today, and just jeans and a t-shirt. And I see, and there's like this evacuation order, and non-essential personnel are all leaving. People's families are there. They're like, what do we do with our families? I'm like, why is your family here? Why would your family? I don't know. Why am I here? And why is your family here? This probably isn't a good country if one of us is here. But ignorance is bliss until it isn't. And this guy as he's walking by, and I didn't really recognize him, but he just looks at me and starts crying. And he asked me if he could give me a hug. And I was like, sure. And even then I was still like, why is he hugging me? I'm just doing my job, And he was so grateful for all of us. But like, he remembered my tattoo here. It's pretty memorable, but like, because he just was looking down so he could see my arm. And they don't really train you for that. So like, that's the thing is like, I didn't know how to feel about it, and he wasn't the only one. There was a few other people that in passing were just extremely appreciative. And I was like, Roger that. It's my honor to be here and to be able to have helped. And even the ambassador was like, how, why'd you, you're an American hero. Why'd you respond that way? And I've took that as like an insult. I was like, what do you mean? Let me just, you got a minute? I want to talk to you about why the unit I'm coming from was founded. And if anyone should have responded that way, it was me. It just still very much like unable to process what actually happened and how significant it was for not just me, but so many people. Like there's people that are going to have children that I'll never meet because of the actions of a few, without hesitation, made a difference. And sure, I wish I could have did this and that, but I wouldn't change anything, man. I told you that in the beginning. And I'm extremely grateful to have been in the right place at the right time. And I'm really grateful for all the things I've learned about myself and how to be a better protector, not just physically.
Yeah. Is it accurate to summarize your entire time at the unit as pre-Radisson Blu and post-Radisson Blu?
Absolutely. Yeah. That's actually a really good way to put it.
For the pre-Radisson Blu, I know the schedule and rotation at all Tier 1 groups is quite different than everywhere else, typically a much shorter window. Can you just kind of quickly summarize, I know we're running out of time here, but just kind of quickly summarize pre-Radisson Blu, the deployments you did, and kind of generally what you guys did to the...
Afghanistan twice, and Iraq and Syria once before.
Were all 4 of those pretty busy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the time of year, or for that later in, so like 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015.
Yeah. I imagine the Iraq, Syria stuff is all counter ISIS stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How much of that can you share of kind of what you guys were doing, or any significant operations that stand out?
I'd rather not talk about it. There's some things I talked about with, like, because of the protecting of Americans,
Yeah.
and that's our, that's our mission. And whether we can get to you or not, like, we are notified.
Right.
And, ISIS was a real problem that, some Americans had to obviously experience more than others.
Yeah.
And Kayla Mueller is one of them in that whole group, and we tried our best to get them all, but we got the attackers though.
Yeah.
And,
in all of your experience, have you found that Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Mali, I mean, everywhere you've been, is there an opponent that stands out as being the most formidable of all of them?
ISIS.
Mm-hmm. And what makes them noticeably more formidable?
I think it'd probably be the same thing that if you asked another operator from that unit from like the 04, 05, 06, 07 Iraq, same people. Just several years of advancement, technology, tactics. Same people that they were fighting, and elements of the same people. So they would just, I didn't experience that back then, but I think there's a lot of a parallel between the adversity that we've faced during those eras of ISIS 2014 and beyond, and then 05, 06 timeframe was also very hardened, very loyal to their mission, to their beliefs, the caliphate. Yeah. And not that Al-Qaeda wasn't at all. I'm just saying, when you're going against them, and that was a little bit pre-Radisson, but all post was focused on them. And so, and then to experience the Taliban in a different light, from a different organization, and a couple of trips to Afghanistan with the unit was also like I thought they were a little bit less formidable when I faced them in special forces versus in the unit, but I think it's just who and how we're targeting.
Right.
The level of people, fighters and commanders and such, which changes, based on the organization. But that's where I think the unit is one of the most capable fighting forces on the planet, because it evolves with lessons learned in blood. And just like the enemy is the only absolute, they get to vote who, what, when, where, and why. We have to be able to adapt and conquer.
Yeah.
So I would say, without a doubt, for me, is ISIS.
Yeah. Post Radisson Blu, you did 2 Afghanistan trips, and what else?
No, pre-Radisson.
Okay.
Was 2 Afghanistan,
Iraq and
Syria, and then Radisson.
And then after Radisson, is that when everything kind of started to unravel as far as your professional career back home? Did you do more deployments after that?
I did, yeah. I did 2 more trips, one to northern Iraq and one into Syria. The northern Iraq one was focused in Syria, but it was as we were closing down on the flot of of ISIS. They had taken over large chunks of terrain across Iraq into Syria and so on. So, and there's some no-notice things where we get blown out. Whether we actually execute the mission it's happened more often than not. And those are really hard too, because you don't know when you're coming home, so, and you just want to do your job. So and I had to sit one trip out because of the that arrest.
Yeah.
So, and that's where like post Radisson, my life became more and more unmanageable, which eventually affected my ability to perform. And with my personal conduct, you know, that hotel that I mentioned that I didn't really talk about, where I was arrested in the end of 2016, I went to a hotel bar, and somehow chose to get into an altercation with a patron there, where there's like 5 of us in there. And then I threw the security guard across the room and stormed to my hotel room and dropped a bottle as I'm undressing because I needed another beer, I guess. And next thing I know, the door flies open and I'm getting pinned up against the wall by the police and didn't realize what was going on, resisting arrest and all that. And I couldn't imagine dealing with me. So thank you for all those officers that were. Thank you for giving me what I needed. They did tune me up. And it was very humbling. But once again, like I viewed that as punishment when I went back and did an intensive inpatient treatment and 28 days and came back and abstained so I could go. And that's a trip I missed there during that process. And I was the master breacher for a little while in the Squadron. And it was good from a broadening perspective too. But, you know, just like anything, I went to the tandem course after that and came back as a 2IC on a team and was given the opportunity to. They didn't have to do any of this. And then eventually through, so that 2018, that deployment to northern Iraq, I was a 2IC, and a lot of things happened on that trip, but one of the things that was like kind of a pivotal moment for me was a helo I thought had got shot down. It actually was a brownout and loss of SA, crashed. And I'm running through the dust cloud to go recover what I didn't know what I was going to run into. But it's the first time I thought, like, on the battlefield, all my friends are going to be dead, you know? And it didn't stop me, but it definitely stuck with me. And, you know, went into crisis mode, management and all that, and the pilot, you know, died. But there was a lot of things that happened that trip that I was just like, I'd done a lot of different modalities of treatment and healing and was very vocal about it with people. And I did call my therapist and I said, hey, he worked at the unit. I said, hey, am I doing more harm than good by staying in this environment? And like any good therapist, he's not going to tell you, well, I think that he should have just told me yes, because that's the truth. But he flipped it back onto me, and well, if you've told me your priority is to be the best operator and, you know, a team leader in the unit. And I was like, oh, okay, I just want you to tell me something else. Okay, but then I talked to the chaplain, and he told me straight up, because I had been working with him from a marital, my wife and I, like, as we reconciled the second time. And so I trusted him, and he said, Kyle, you need to hang it up, man. And I went to my leadership and said, hey, I think it's time I need to medically retire. And they were extremely supportive. And we finished that trip, or before we finished that trip, some other things happened, and manning is always a thing. So my team leader got asked to take another position that was vital, and they offered it to me to take my team as the team leader. That's all I've ever wanted to do. And Erica knew that, and I thought, once again, she sacrificed because of her patriotism through my service, and she was apprehensive about it, but I convinced her that, hey, I'll just do this team leader job for the next couple of years and I'm retiring. And almost finished. I about a year into taking the team, I left again. I moved out and got a DUI. And this time, they were like, we need to get Kyle the help that he actually needs. And I focused on that, got a fusion. They moved me to JSOC for a period of time to do that. And was able to get my physical kind of body checked out. That's, I went to NICO, had 3 ortho spine, or 2 ortho spine and a neurosurgeon do an assessment of my cervical, and 3 opinions, excuse me. And not until the last one was I like, okay. The first one, he's showing me, well, we could do a disc replacement, and he drops it. I was like, nope, you're not doing that, because you want to cut my throat.
Hey, Butterfingers, no thanks.
Move this to the side and then take some stuff out, put some stuff in. I was like, nah, it was my first surgery. And I've torn and broken just about everything and just aggressively rehabilitated it. But I looked at Kennedy, and he was like, if you want to be able to play with her in 10 years, like, you need to get this done. But in that process, COVID started. So I got the surgery, COVID started, didn't see a doc in person for a year, and was just prescription meds, opioids after opioid. And you want to talk about unraveling. Like, that's where a couple parts of it, I felt like, oh, this is what it's like to not be in pain. All right, I like that. But then it's like, oh, this feels kind of good. The euphoric side of it, and then you're taking more than you should, asking for more than when you don't need them, and it becomes a part of your life. And it took hold of me. And
is it all oxy, or is it
Vicodin, oxycodone? They would step it down, and because the thing is they know that it's wrong. Pain management should not be something that they're throwing opioids at. But I also know that pain is very different for everybody, but it is all consuming for some. But it is such a dangerous thing that needs to be controlled more, even more so than it already is. And because the problem is that once you stop getting the prescriptions, without a way to transfer that care and manage that pain, you're going to go look for it somewhere else. And alcohol ain't enough.
Is that what you did?
Eventually, yeah. Like I was on them for about a year and a half, and coming off of those, like stepping it down to tramadol, and then stepping it down to nothing, or trying to do the different epidurals and all the other non-opioid pain management. Alcohol crept back in, because that second alcohol-related incident, I abstained from alcohol for about 7 months, and now I'm on opioids, and then started drinking again, and that's when things became. I already was at a deficit when I drank, but you couple the opioids and drinking, I might as well just been retarded, man. I couldn't even make a sentence make sense, but I thought I was fine, and I just let me separate myself. Erica doesn't understand. Let me just go away from this, and still chasing something else: pleasure, joy, dopamine. Not joy. Joy's different. Dopamine, pleasure. In that process of the fusion, I called my command sergeant major and was like, hey, I'm not going to go back to being operational, because they were going to give me an opportunity to post-surgery, or I think they were. And and he was like, nope, I respect that, and we'll find something. And they offered me the breaching sergeant major position, and I was like, that's perfect, because I'm so passionate about just how much goes into progressively breaching, whether it's forcible or explosive or all the different methods. And I was younger and getting some young energy in there, and I right seated like one course, and I was in an induced migraine like isolation for 8 days after that, because it had been months since I'd been around blast, and then I couldn't even leave like shades, everything. I couldn't leave the room, and I had to go back to him and say, hey, I can't take that job either. And once again, they were like, all right, we'll find something for you. And that's when I started drinking again, and a jobless operator, and made the decision to retire. So I put my retirement paperwork in and had gotten it back a little over 19, had made E9, had to turn that down to get my retirement orders. And in SF, we get, as SF guys, we get a little bit held behind from promotion, just based on we start over, and you need 2 years of team sergeant time to get promoted. So long story short is, I was at 19 years when I got picked up for E9, but I was like already made my decision to retire on my own. And now I'm just like wild and no job really, and applied for these internship programs out, and so you can work for corporate companies, and you got to set them up yourself. The unit does it a little differently, but I'm in Austin, Texas, but before I went, I got another DUI. But this one, I didn't tell anybody besides my lawyer, because I had just got my retirement orders, and then 8 days later, the DUI happened, and then 7 days later, I'm supposed to be signing in or reporting to my first corporate internship in Texas. So I didn't tell anybody, and my lawyer deferred it with the intention of deferring it post-retirement and then settling it after to try to preserve my retirement. And in that process is when now things are like, oh man, they're going to find out. So what does it matter? And that's when opioids were no more. Alcohol's not enough. Women aren't enough. And was exposed to cocaine and strip clubs down in Austin. And for 30 minutes at a time, I didn't feel anything but good until it almost killed me, laced with fentanyl. And I've been sober ever since that, because I got to see myself from outside of my body. And I was disgusted.
Like a near-death experience.
Yeah. I didn't realize it at the time, but what I did see, though, was not this man that's right here. I mean, it's me. Like, no, I'm not like, oh, look at, but I could no longer rationalize my behaviors. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm disgusting, man. Like, this is not me. And the spiritual awakening piece of it, and in the rooms of AA and other great men, it helped me on this path of recovery, and which led me to all the things we were talking about in the beginning, of redemption, of the greatest gift is salvation. But in that process, I'm signing out on terminal leave in March or April of 22, and obviously had to come back after that fentanyl overdose, and the unit circled the wagons again and was like, the best thing for you, Kyle, is to retire. So we're going to let you retire and send you off. They could have
completely railed.
They could have completely removed me from the military, without honor, or whatever. It could have been so many other things the way they approached that. But then that's not it. There's still this looming DUI that I didn't tell anybody about. And that's the part that I am extremely remorseful. There's all these things I'm remorseful for, but this one, I lied by omission. I didn't tell anybody about it. And then when it came up in a security clearance flag popped in like January or February of that year, my direct supervisor called me. He's like, "Hey, Kyle, this came up. Are they talking about that DUI, a couple of years ago?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, they must be." So just lied directly to him about it, and panicked. And I drove over to his house that night and came clean. But ultimately, that was something that, had that not happened that way, that character defect, I wouldn't be here. There's no way. I'd have gotten away with it, versus facing it. And that's where they saved my retirement. I still retired with honor after 20 years. My punishment was to move me from the unit to USASOC to administratively retire from USASOC. So I spent 2.5 months in USASOC and then signed out on the same exact date.
Wow.
And I am, did I want to retire from the unit? 100%. Did I need to retire the way I retired? Could I have retired in a different way? Could I have been separated? All these things, like, I'm so grateful for that organization and the men that believed in me and never gave up on me. And I'm sorry for letting y'all down. And I everything that I do now is in service to others, is to honor the gifts that they've given me and shown me, with my skills, the skills of my hands, but the integrity of my heart is not situational. And even though I violated my own integrity, didn't mean I didn't have it. It just meant I violated it. So to me, it didn't end the way that I wanted it to. And people are like, "Oh, he got fired from the unit and this and that." Nobody looked me in my face and said, "You're fired, Kyle." Now, did I leave in the way that I left that I just explained? Absolutely. And I'm not ever going to deny that or lie about it or try to pretend like, something was different. But you can't erase someone from existence. Like, my experience is mine, and that's what I'm sharing. And I am extremely grateful to have served with those men. And this country needs that place, man.
Yeah.
And my service just looks different now on this mission, that I'm about to go do for the next week, and that's active shooter response training.
Yeah.
Applying my lessons from the Radisson and hostage rescue and all of the case studies since Columbine, since 1999.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's powerful. And incredibly, I don't even think powerful encapsulates it. It's does it a disservice to even use that word. Such an incredible story, such an amazing career. I know we got to get you out of here. One last question, though, if you don't mind. Your EDC, your preferred EDC, just because I know people would slaughter me if I didn't ask you, of all people, what that is.
So I have gone. If you listen to the Sean Ryan show, I was carrying a 43X back then. But the best gun is the one that you have on your person.
Yeah.
And the one that you know how to use. I think those go hand in hand. If you're going to carry it, it comes with that contract. That's what needs to be talked about more than any make and model. Now, I think that's clear. People have heard me say that before. But I think one of the big things that's challenged me is I shot the 365X macro quite a bit and carried that, but you do sacrifice some performance with these kind of subcompact frames. Now that's a great one to shoot as far as the ability to push it, especially the AXG Legion, so the metal frame one. But the Scott OC, phenomenal. But we started these drills of the month through our Blue Bearings Patreon. And one of the first drills was the Tier 1 concealed 3/7 drill. And it humbled me because you get to practice it all month. And all of our community and Patreon gets to submit their scores and videos, and we'll review them and stuff. And like tonight I have a live stream to review last month's and to announce the winner. But we do it with them too. And this 3/7 drill is a concealed drill, and it's extremely challenging with a smaller gun. So I was watching my training director, and he's a phenomenal shooter. He pushes me, and he shoots his Glock 45 compensated, and that's what he carries on his person. That's also what he carries on his duty belt when we do more overt training for teams and stuff. And he has continuity across both. And I was like, well, why can't I just carry a full size? So I started, tweaking my Glock 45, G'ing it up a bit so it's compensated, and a little magwell on it, brass weighted plug, and red dot, and weapon mounted light. Because if you can't see, man, a lot of people don't talk about lights, but you control the lighting everywhere you go with a weapon mounted light. Now, you still need a handheld on you, because not everything is appropriate to pull your gun out with just to see. So, but that is my everyday carry. Yeah. Is a Glock 45 compensated red dot sight. So EOTech E-Flex with Surefire X300, bit of a flared magwell that doesn't print too much, and a Glock Performance trigger in it.
Yeah. Do you typically fly or travel with it?
Yeah, it's in my bag right now.
I mean, obviously, if you're training, but like, let's say you're not
got that
training.
thing on me, right? No, anywhere I can go, I'll take it with me.
Yeah.
And that's another piece that's awesome too, because I need it for the course this week, but it's also my everyday carry.
Yeah.
So it gets to work as both, which has been, and it's made me appreciate, because I was shooting staccatos for a year and a half, and man, those are great pistols. They're super expensive, and once you learn how to shoot them, they're easier to shoot. And
they're tough to carry, though.
They're tough to carry. The C is pretty good as far as the form factor, but it's still a little smaller grip size than the 45, the Glock 45, especially with the magwell. But super expensive, and it's one of those things that, like, for me, I have students that are shooting and saving up their money to do that one course a year, and they shoot all the time on their own, and they're hungry to learn. And I got to be able to grab their gun and show them how to use that, just like with my gun and that gun. So I think I'll never just settle for one specific thing. I like certain things, but I like trying new things too. And it's made me, going from Glock to SIG to staccato back to Glock, has made me appreciate that growth.
Yeah.
Of a bit of the grip structure, not structure, but the pressures, and then the angle. The grip angle is different. So you really have to, because you can get a little bit lazy with your grip, especially with the XE. Like, that thing is like butter, man.
Yeah.
But I'm just like blazing these demos with an XE, and it's like awesome. But now I'm doing essentially the same thing with my Glock 45. It's just taking a lot of work to get back to that kind of point. So just constant growth with it.
For sure. I mean, from a carry standpoint, do you see a bigger challenge with the 1911 or 2011 style, hammerback safety on it, web hand safety? Like, to me, that's a much more challenging gun to carry just from an operational standpoint than a safe action pistol like a Glock or a 365.
You'll see a lot of people like tape up that grip safety, and I'm like, I never did, or Bandit or whatever. But that was one of my issues with the staccato C, was because of how high I am on the grip, on the back strap, the beaver tail. I'll end up like, in how it actuates the grip safety, I'll end up like deactivating it, and then it won't fire. And I'm like, oof. So I have to adjust my grip, because it's a smaller grip. So I had to adjust my grip to be able to shoot it. I had to modify my grip slightly for that pistol and to carry it. So that's why I would go back to the 365 X macro, because I don't have that problem.
Yeah.
But that's where with the Glock, I don't have that problem at all. And it's just something to consider. I had to learn and translate like the safety manipulation. And for me, contextually, like when I was carrying the C, like as I'm clearing the garment, like just like I would deactivate some sort of locking mechanism on my holster, on a retention based holster that's not friction, it's a process, right? That you've just practiced and practiced and practiced. To me, it's like a part of that process as I'm clearing the garment and the holster, I'm deactivating the safety as I'm presenting out and then back on safe. So you have to learn, how to manipulate the safety side of it and the grip safeties and all those things. But they are wonderfully made. If you see how they're built, like, have you been to Staccato, like a tour and stuff?
I have an XC actually, but
do you?
Yeah,
dude, it's
amazing.
It is. But going back to the Glock, like understanding striker versus hammer fire, understanding, the 1911 or the 2011s, they love the oil, right? Whereas I can get away with not oiling that thing up for the Glock for quite a while. Yeah. But it tells you right away if it's in need of oil. So just if it's something that you want to carry and you have the resources to carry that gun or any gun, like safeguard it, know how to use it, and account for every shot you take. Those all go in this like same hand in hand.
Yeah.
But I carry, I don't necessarily carry on my person all the time, but instead of like it's in my bag right now, but it's in a holster clipped into my bag, and that holster's appendix, and instead of an extra mag, I have a snake staff tourniquet plugged into that. So now I have a tourniquet where that extra mag would be, the mag caddy or whatever, and then my pistol. And because I think that's one thing that's kind of overlooked a lot is the med stuff. Yeah, like everyday carry.
For sure, I carry a quick clot, an Israeli dressing, a chest seal, and a tourniquet in my
little bag,
sling bag with a pistol for the same reason. It's like, I agree. Like that's as important,
Yeah.
Or it's very important, maybe not as important, but.
And that's like having like different configurations too. Like I have like a little, I'll show you after this, but it's a little med thing that's small. It's I'll say the name of it. You can mount it to the holster and replace the mag caddy, but and I was trying that out for a while. But I also have my fanny pack that I can it's plussed up. So like if I want to do the fanny pack, I have more, more med stuff and more other tools in there. Or if I'm going to streamline it, it's just my appendix carry. I still have a tourniquet on me, kind of thing.
Yeah. What pistol did you carry operationally, or did it change?
It did change, but Glock. Yeah. So like when I got to the unit, it was the 22, so 40 cal, but they realized that lethality is one thing as far as ballistic energy and what it does into a human in comparison to 9mm or 45. FBI's done all those testing and stuff, and sure, 40 cal is more lethal, but so is a well-placed shot, and we realized that. And what's more lethal is more training. So we were able to save a lot of money switching to 9mm.
Yeah.
So we went to the 17, and they modify it a bit and compensated. So way to go, man.
Yeah.
Like if people that don't shoot compensated, it's crazy to me. But,
yeah. I know we got to get you out of here. I'm already keeping you behind, but man, it's humbling to be able to sit down with you and meet you and interview you, and I can't thank you enough for coming and sharing your amazing story. And I feel both blessed and called in a way to be able to have you here. And I know my path to Christ over the last year or so has
it been recent?
Very recent.
Really?
Yeah, I mean within the last year.
Praise God, man.
Yeah. And
there's a reason that we're here right now too.
For sure. Well, I would say it's largely because of this show. Actually, is that I've been doing it for 8 years, and there's been a handful of guests that there's just something about them. Like the second they walk in the room, the presence, the energy, the way they conduct themselves, the energy that you feel from them. And not in most cases or almost all cases, in every single case, every one of those guys was deeply rooted in their faith, you being one as well. And it was like, it wasn't a light switch moment until, strangely enough, the Charlie Kirk thing happened. If you had told me or asked me, hey, how do you think that this would impact you prior to it happening, I wouldn't have thought much about it. I would have said, well, it'd be unfortunate, but people die every day and, whatever. there was something about that, how it happened, why it happened, who he was, what he represented, the circumstances, just so much about it. And, it happened, I think, on a Tuesday, maybe a Wednesday. It rattled me way more than I would have ever expected. And I couldn't stop thinking about it. Again, I wasn't like a huge fan or follower of his. I mean, I'd seen a few of his, things or whatever, but I
appreciate how he did what he did.
For sure. But there was just this overwhelming, and the only thing I can contribute to it is the Holy Spirit, is that week that was like, you have got to go to church this weekend. I hadn't been to church, I think, since my kids were baptized almost 20 years prior to that, and had fallen immensely far away from it for a long time. And the second I walked in, it was just this overflowing, overwhelming feeling of emotion. I was bawling most of the service, and it was just life-changing, and ever since then, it just completely pivoted my entire life. I mean, the way I spend my day, the way I think, talking to God throughout the day, every day, just it's completely changed my life, and it's been amazing. And to be able to hear your story and see, some of the same parallels is super powerful and much appreciated.
Man, thank you for sharing that with me. And with everybody.
Yeah.
It's so important. It's not just important, that's why we're still here. And there's a lot of guys and I'm speaking for men because I'm a man and so are you. But women, like we need to be better role models. And if we act a certain way here and we're different there, like how we serve the Lord is directly reflected in our home.
Yeah.
And if our home is a mess and we're out here doing these things and we're professing this, and that's where people get scorned by this. We're professing that we're this thing, this warrior, this follower of Christ versus possess. And this isn't a judgmental thing, but the thing is like those people that have impacted me along my life, whether I was ready to receive it or not, I am so blessed and grateful for their impact, for them going out of their way to give me an example of what it looks like to walk with Christ, not just to believe, but to follow. And man, the leaves are real loud, but the fruit is where we're going to all be measured. And how we view success has changed for me.
Yeah.
Like success is how I show up every day, and how that at the end of my life, who's there to share those moments with and celebrate with. And when I go to heaven and talk to Jesus, we're gonna look at my whole life, and it's gonna be a long discussion. But at the end, he says, "Come on in, man, good and faithful servant."
Yeah.
And then the treasures that we build up in heaven is the work that we do, that the Holy Spirit's doing in us, that space between instinct and action, like that's the grace, the peace, and then how we witness to others is through our example.
Yeah.
And I'm proud of you, man. It's so encouraging to hear, because some of us have this like, oh, well, we think religion is weak, or it's like, oh, you're just indoctrinated, or you're just brainwashed. And my thing is I've tried everything, and I can't do it. I'm not enough alone.
Yeah.
But we're not alone. And the thing about this walk, we're not meant to do this alone, like physically. But there's times where I leave this room and I'm walking from here to the car, and I'm by myself physically, but I know my wife's in that car. What do I got to do to keep her in that car? What do I got to do to keep her by my side? What do I got to do to keep this connection solid that we've now formed? So anything that gets in the way of those connections that could not honor those, even from afar. Connections are so important, and we as men can do a lot through those connections if we're fostering and nurturing those. So I'm a part of that, and as we get to know each other more, like, please don't ever hesitate to reach out to me. I just talked to Chris Fedez this morning before I came here. Oh, he is a brother in Christ, but a brother to me. And that's all happened over the past few years.
Yeah.
And
great guy.
Yeah, he is, man. And I'm just so proud of him. But there's people that we have in our lives that we just got to call, man.
Yeah.
We just you got to ask. Like, we need to be chasing somebody. We need to be mentoring each other, and we need to be mentoring others, like younger than us. These are those three things. And if you can't answer those three questions of who those people are, man, just ask.
Yeah.
Ask them.
Yeah.
You know, it's huge. So thank you for sharing that with me. And
yeah.
And I'm really proud of you for using this platform too, for that.
I mean, likewise. I mean, you know, to hear your story, it's both validating and reassuring, and you know, it's just, to me, it's been such an amazing journey, seeing so many guys who have been through so much, all kind of come to not the same, but a very similar conclusion, and I think that speaks volumes, you know, and I just love to see it. So. Thank you.
Let's just keep doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you again for coming. I know you got to get on the road here, but anything you want to mention, Blue Bearing, where they can find you before we wrap up?
Yeah, so I mean, all of our training stuff, like we're building a community remotely through Patreon. So Blue Bearing Patreon is a wonderful way through our interactions. I do a weekly fellowship through that, but our training stuff, all the videos, training gear, all that stuff, the drills of the month, there's just trying to build a true community and through connection. And Patreon's one wonderful way for that. The Black and Blue podcast, I am a podcaster now. It may not seem like that in this moment, but I'm working on it. But Black and Blue podcast is something I'm very grateful to be able to get myself outside of myself and see how I can use my voice and bring light into the world. So it's a shorter form factor, but they're on all the social platforms. And Frontline Healing Foundation. That's why I was here coming from San Antonio. We just did our 4th annual gala. We're still trying to get the numbers in, but we were able to raise quite a bit of money. And I hosted it. I got my cowboy hat made.
Nice.
And boots and stuff. I was like, this is stolen valor. But I did it last year, and I wasn't the host, but the team here is just, in San Antonio, is just phenomenal. And they were trying to get me to get a hat, and I was like, I can't do it. But I rocked it, and it was a wonderful night. And thank you for all the people that supported that. But frontlinehealingfoundation.org, we are the only, I'm on the board of directors. It's a volunteer thing, and we only exist to subsidize financial hardships for chemical dependencies, for post-traumatic stress, TBI, but primary diagnosis being chemical dependency for the Warriors Heart stuff. But we also can send people to Deer Hollow, which is a post-traumatic stress primary diagnosis. But what ends up happening is people, so veterans, active military, and law enforcement and first responders. So it's a broad net we cast. You can apply for a general hardship. So you've identified you need help. Some of us need rescuing from ourselves. I'm one of those people. And we will, if you have a financial hardship through a VA claim gets denied or held up, private health care only pays a certain amount, or you don't have insurance, you can apply for a general hardship, and we look at everything. We look at your bank statements, your narratives, make sure that your records match what you say, and then we have to scrutinize every dollar, but we'll step in and pay for the treatment. And last year, we were blessed to be able to raise $700,000 and give $600,000 in financial hardships, which is awesome, man. But we received $2.5 million in hardships. So almost 3 times as much as we were able to give, we had to say no due to lack of funds. So this is a calling on my heart and so many others that this isn't a nonprofit that we're boondoggling or no, man. Everything that we raise and that we scrutinize, and that it goes directly to the provider that's doing the treatment. We don't give it to the service member or the law enforcement officer, but if they need it, we're there.
Yeah.
We have to get creative with ways to raise awareness that we exist, because clearly people know we exist because they're submitting the applications for their hardships. But the people that can actually, donate and fundraise. So I'm a part of it. It's a small board, but it's my blue bearing is the way that I help sharpen the edges of others, and the nonprofit with Frontline Healing is the way that I feel I'm called to serve, servant leadership, and lead by my example, with my actions.
Amen. Where does the blue come from in blue bearing?
It's spelled BLU as a direct play on the Radisson Blu, the way that it's spelled. So a lot of people will misspell it when they're looking me up or looking us up. But like the team's flying in today and we're doing the training, so it's not just me. That's not sustainable. It's not scalable. But blue's also my favorite color. And blue, you got the blues. There's like depression and sadness. There's like a direct correlation with the color. And then bearing, land navigation. So if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. I think it's one of those things where staying in the light, finding that light, staying in the light. A light on top of a hill cannot be hidden. So find that light within us and within you, helping you unlock it through our connection and so on and so many others. And then that bearing, that's why my anchoring scripture is your word is a lamp for my feet and a light on my path. It's being where your feet are in the light. And then on that path, what's guiding me, and it's the bearing that I've been given through the Word of God. That's where the transformation comes. Yeah. And the path is there's no more holes that I'm digging, but there's a rut along the road, and when I stumble into that thing, all I gotta do is ask.
Yeah. I love all of it. Again, thank you. Just immensely for coming and sharing your story. I much appreciated.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
This was awesome.
Yeah. To the viewer/listener, I hope you enjoyed it. If you didn't, you can choke yourself. And until next time, this is Mic Drop.